Beep. Alright, welcome back to Gaiul Rackentha. 55, I think? I've been playing back to back to back. The squad is the boys are back. Back in town. Get a friend? I don't remember. No, that's Guess Who's Back. Anyway, tell a friend. So last time on Gaiul Rackentha, we did some plotting and scheming and talking and squawking. Left the library, came to Mirage, talked to folks, had a big dinner, kind of planning next steps, and did some footwork, sent some messages, did some writing. Currently, the plan in action is that the squad has sent a couple messages and intends to speak to Sultan Samarabi about the goings-on in Matla, among other things. Just kind of need to actually debrief about this whole situation, or I guess brief in this context about the whole situation. And then head into Hav's Wrath. Well, planning on doing that talk after the party investigates what is at the center of Hav's Wrath on behest of the Raven Queen, in order to retrieve some sort of artifact described by Calcion as a bit of a bone staff in the shape of a hand, from some individuals who have been alive too long. In her words, they were bestowed a gift after pleading with her very early, and the Raven Queen has said, hey, you have a glitch you need to deal with. I have something that could help you out, but also do this thing for me first, and then you can have that thing, and then you give it back to me afterward. Is the current plan as stated. Got some other stuff going on in the background. We got Hassan invading Tothrin Delai's dreams. Pretty...
Paused for a moment, because I think our internet's hooking up again.
Ooh,
Yep, you are both roboting.
Shit. Alright. Back to it. So, unpause the recording. That is the current plan of the party, and as such, morning is rising in Mirage. Folks having spent the night doing a variety of different little things. Is anyone doing anything specific to prepare for the journey ahead? What's everyone looking like this morning? Any notable changes in behavior, or just doing the usual?
I'll say this. Pashmina goes to do her morning routine. I figure there's some kind of bathroom, like restroom, available that's like a place where you can get ready on your own.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. It usually doesn't take her very long to get ready. This time it does.
Taking a notably long time away from everyone else.
Do we know the reason behind this, or is it just Pashmina is gone for?
She's gone a little longer than usual.
Okay.
She's in there, and it's like there's usually some like humming and like you can kind of expect like regular grooming, but this time it's just like muffled cursing and muttering.
Okay, right on.
I believe Hassan is nothing has deviated for Hassan. Although this is a normal day with a normal amount of prep, which means mostly waking up, forgetting to eat, and just walking around writing crappy things in his notebook.
I think you, in particular, Hasan, notice that Toshi is watching you more intently this morning and also writing much less this morning.
What's that little snitch up to?
I think Hasan will kind of look him up and down. Not say anything, but he will just scritch a couple notes in his notebook. Looking at Toshi, and close it.
You see Toshi, like, kind of goes to say something, and then, like, hesitates and just kind of, turns away and doesn't.
Standoff. That's really funny.
I think Hasan will not worry about it and go about it, and will decide not to worry about it and think more about the day ahead and the fact that he is inevitably going to be of what he is probably going to be facing again today, which is lots and lots and lots of what's the word? Well, he's probably going to be meeting some very, very old ancient beings today, probably.
Potentially.
He's also going to be going around asking people for bones, like he did asking people for bones.
Doing another bone collection route.
Yes,
you did this here again before. No, you did it in where did you?
I did it in Tanara.
In Tanara.
Central Matla.
Central Matla. Okay. So definitely a little less bone. You get like a quarter of a skeleton's worth of bones, and it's like all femurs. It's all like leg meat bones.
Yeah.
You get one rib cage.
Not a lot of livestock to go around here.
Not dead anyway.
Yeah. See what Toshi thinks of that, huh? Give him on a toe.
For one of the first mornings in a long time, Toshi does not actually follow you out and about your day. Toshi kind of like has, as you have left, opted to stay in y'all's room at the Misty Vale.
I think Hasan's at one point, by the time he gets back, is starting to look suddenly miffed about it. Like, okay, is this a game we're playing? Who's gonna crack? And he's kind of just like visibly trying to see who is going to crack first.
Funny.
Like, who's gonna bring it up?
Oh my god.
And then he'll just say, It was awfully quiet on my walk today. Just one pair of footsteps. Yeah. 3 was a bit... 3 was squawking a bit. How was your morning?
Quiet.
Ah, yes.
Hey, San.
Yes?
Um,
Yes, like snaps to attention, yes.
I'm gonna go back to the monastery. I'm gonna go back to the archive today.
Today?
Today.
Why so soon?
Well, I mentioned I kind of had everything I needed, which is true.
Yeah, I know.
And we're in the Phasia again, so it's easier than it has been. And rather sooner rather than later, especially since y'all are going, I know the dangerous places are where the cool things are now. I understand that conceptually. I get that. But it seems like the right time.
Well, yeah. Alright, I suppose. Just feels slightly sudden, and I mean, I'm not good at picking things up, but you seem to have a bit of graveness to this.
I'm gonna miss you.
No, I mean, of course I'm gonna miss you too, but it's not like you're never gonna see me again.
No. Well, but yeah, stay safe, okay?
Oh, of course I will. I am going to be fine. I have always been fine. I will continue to be fine. He's going to walk up to Toshi, put his hands on his shoulders. Nothing is going to happen to me that is going to prevent me from coming home.
Okay. Got it.
I mean, as long as you give a good report.
Right, of course. And take good notes, okay?
I
Annotate
will.
them.
I will. I mean, tell Jorah that, her words on my behalf were appreciated.
Sure, will do.
Thank you. I'm gonna miss you too.
Yeah.
Hugs?
Of course.
Hugs. Oh, he's so just...
Extremely tight hug.
Yeah. Oh, hugs. You're the only person I let do this, by the way.
He gives like a big sniff after releasing the hug. Okay. Alright, I'm fine.
I mean, do you need to, like, I don't know, like, help getting there? Or,
I've got a spell. I've got an orb.
Oh, okay. Good.
I guess
So,
I should probably say goodbye to the rest of everyone.
no, yeah, of course. I'll call him over. Hey, everyone goes on. Toshi's leaving. Y'all wanna, I don't know, say bye or something?
Thank you. About like, I don't know if I can. Oh, she's leaving. Like from behind the door.
Oh, you're still in there?
I think you just hear like a. She comes out. She looks different now.
Different?
She's trying a different style.
Oh shit. Wait, let me fucking. Hot damn.
Oh my god!
Oh, going for darker colors, I see.
Oh, where's your mini?
It's over by the tent.
Sure.
Yeah.
We're all in the tent with the rest of us.
Teeny, short.
You.
Are we the same height, though? Passion is
I
still
didn't change
taller.
anything about her
Yeah.
dimensions, so.
I see. Oh.
Oh my.
Yeah, she usually doesn't wear like pants. That was a.
Well, at least not visibly.
She's like almost always in a dress of some kind.
I see you have decided to wear pants.
We can talk about it later.
Uh,
You said Toshi's leaving?
Yes, he has decided not to follow us into the gaping jaws of danger, I suppose.
Fair enough.
So he will be, going home for now.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, we knew that was coming.
Yeah. But everyone want to, I don't know, say a nice thing about him, please?
Toshi, can I give you a hug?
Yeah.
She gives Toshi a hug.
All
Hopefully
right.
we can visit again someday.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Toshi, one more thing I have a gift for you. I have a little gift for you.
Oh,
Before you go.
what?
Where's Feihu?
Around nearby.
Toshi, look at Feihu for me.
Okay.
Okay, here you go. Casts True Sight on him.
Holy
True
shit.
Oh, no.
Like, looks slightly further down the road to where Zerga is. It's just like, holy shit!
Wait, has Toshi never seen their dragon forms?
He is not.
Oh.
Just Glenn.
Oh.
of them!
There are. Yes.
Oh, okay. Starts, like, scribbling madly in notebook.
Just a little something. Just a little last thing. Figured you wanted to see. I mean, you had to see one before you went back.
Like, nods emphatically.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. So, good to see you all. Happy to. I thank you for the non-ration food along our travels and the keeping me alive. Please be careful. Don't get hurt.
Mostly we kept you alive through, like, some giant ooze nonsense. And, you know, I think we'll be okay. I mean, we can keep her son safe. We'll be fine.
Okay.
Yes, I have a very nice shield in front of me.
Where's the shield?
Well, typically you, although you didn't do a good job of that with the ooze.
I'm not a shield, I'm a sword.
And I would say Peshmina is more of the sword here.
Oh, I always thought Peshmina was a fist.
Thank you, Toshi.
How are you all so wrong?
No, either way.
Okay. All right. Here, stand back. And Toshi will back up a little bit and pull a, like, little glass orb out of their pocket. Will stand on where there's some, like, solid stone ground. And they'll smash it against the ground, throwing it down. And a huge, like, gust of wind kind of kicks up, swirling the sand around him. And then, when you can see through the dust again, Toshi is gone.
Oh, that was quick.
Yes.
I didn't even get a chance to say something nice. He just disappeared. I'm also just waking up. What time of day is it? The sun is up, it's hot. I don't remember this place anymore.
It's before noon, at least.
Oh, I'm going back to bed, though.
We have to, like, leave in a...
Yeah,
Do
we
we
gotta
even
go.
have a timetable for this? We didn't even set up a timetable for when we were leaving. Why didn't we do that?
Well, it'll be quick with,
No.
Zerga's help.
Zeron, what are you up to this morning?
Not here.
Oh.
I think they're honestly at the end, just with like probably a cup or two too much of coffee in front of them, just reciting to themselves over and over what they are going to have to say to their father. Because they're like, I need to fucking prepare for this ahead of time. Okay. No, that was wrong. That was wrong. Okay. From the top. They've probably been at this for a little too long. They're just fried.
I think eventually, I don't think Peshmina, like, announces herself so much as sees you concentrating very hard on this thing, sidles up, and does a kind of polite,
No, I do not want another one. Oh. Like, finally looks up. I like what you did with your hair.
Thanks.
Trying something new?
It was something I maybe should have done a while.
It's very nice.
Thanks, although that's not necessarily why Are you ready to go?
Oh, are we leaving right this moment? Yes, just a second. And just starts, like, shuffling everything that they had in front of them. Just away. Pulls out a few silver, places it on the table.
If you're all settled then, I suppose we should go find Zerga.
Right, after you. Small bow.
Always so polite.
Shit, I need to make a pit stop before we go. It will only be a minute, tops, hopefully. I have to speak to Han.
Worth it then, I suppose. Then
I'm hoping.
maybe I'll just go get Zerga and then we'll all convene as we're ready.
Meeting tent?
Sure.
Perfect. Then I will join you anon. Excuse me. And one more quick courteous bow and just starts leaving. And they're going to go to Han's shop.
Yeah. You actually see Han outside their shop with Zerga. They're near a medium-sized cart that it looks like Han is affixing some, like, very large leather straps to, in various configurations, kind of, like, conferring with Feihu while, like, pinching off and securing several loops at certain fixture points on the cart. But Han spots you, and their eyes kind of light up, and they wave you over as they head up to the top of their shop. And come down with kind of a long leather case with a shoulder strap for you. Hey, good to see you. I've got your stuff. So, shifted from short bow to longbow. Made pretty easy. I had more longbow strings anyway, so that helped. And it should be all good to go for you. Would you mind just like holding it for a sec, seeing how the balance is? I'm not an expert, but just trying to make sure it's not like severely lopsided.
Sure, of course. Sets the case down very, very gently. Opens it up and we'll pick up the longbow.
Yeah.
How is it feeling?
It's not as weirdly. So I guess not so weirdly. Zaraj's loner bow felt more balanced than this. It was just a little bit more finely made, all things considered. But this feels better in your hands merely by the fact that it was made for you, in a way that Zaraj's bows aren't. So having a bow that is more precisely fitted to your pull strength, size, weight, strength, etc., really helped to make this thing fit, and especially felt when drawing the string straight to your ear. It just like feels better in your hands overall. It's rather plain decoration wise, but that can always be changed. And seems very functional. Just, everything looking okay with it? All right.
Remarkably so, actually.
Good. Now, just the simple enchantment. If you ever want more, feel free to bring it back. But I think it should be good for you for now. I've got a bushel, not a bushel, a quiver of arrows ready for you if you want.
Sure, thank you.
Yes, for sure. And already bought and paid for, so you're good to go whenever.
I don't think I've said this enough. Thank you for everything that you've done for me and my compatriots.
More than welcome, as usual.
Perfect. And they will put the longbow back into its case. Quick, make sure it's strapped in, everything's locked up, and we'll pick it up and just gentle nod to Han, gentle nod to Zerga, and it's just gonna go meet up with where everyone is.
Yeah.
And they have a longbow now. Yippee.
Yeah. Out by yonder meeting tent.
Do you want me to keep a track of arrows, or
No.
do we not care about that?
That's fine.
Love it. Okay.
We'll say, if it ever becomes relevant for dramatic effect, we'll figure it out.
Love that. Thank you.
Alright.
So, Pashmina, you're like going through your goth era, or...
It's not like that. It's just... the braid was a huge pain in the butt, frankly, and kind of a liability considering all the things we've been up against. I was just kind of in denial about, how dangerous having long hair like that was. And besides, I've kind of been wanting just something different.
Wait, I'm... So wait, let me get this straight. You decided to change your hair and then everything else followed with the hair.
Sort of. Okay, this is gonna sound... I feel like I've come to the very late realization about how serious all of this is, and also the fact that I'm just not a dancer anymore after everything that's happened. I'm just trying to be practical about everything.
Aeson opens his notebook and switches a few things.
Oh, I don't like that. Why are don't... It's not a big deal. You don't have... It doesn't have to mean anything. It's just
I mean,
a change of pace.
You kind of changed your whole thing. You went from very, pink, very pink, to very not pink, very opposite of all color. Or actually,
There's still a little bit of... She, it's like the same corset that she was wearing, when we, first, started, traveling and stuff. This is one of my favorite things.
Yes, but it's the way you carry it. Aesthetics, the aesthetics we don ourselves with help form a part of identity, how we see ourselves. And it's very clear that you see yourself a little differently now. And that's simply...
I'm starting to see myself as annoyed. I thought, you know what? I like how I look now, so whatever.
I mean, it's not bad, it's just different. And when you become... Well, you're... okay, forgive me.
I forgive you.
that's
narrows her eyes at Luca.
Oh, that's good.
Ew.
Now I'm the favorite.
I would not be so sure to call yourself that so fast.
Okay, the relationship between you two is far different than what I am implying.
I'm just saying, don't be so quick to call yourself someone's favorite.
I'm still trying to figure out what I did. All I did was point it out. I'm curious.
It's just a change of pace. That's all.
What do you think, 3? Oh yes, I forgot to cast my Speak with Animals spell this morning.
Ooh.
I'm sure it was. I'm just gonna write down something that was informative. Okay. Going to need my spells.
You see Feihu, Zerga, and Han are all conferring over the cart that they have pulled over toward the meeting tent.
Oh, wonderful, Han. I should probably speak to him about the bomb proposal.
Look how...
It's
I'm
so
sorry.
rather.
Very quickly, look how tiny Han looks. Why does Han look so small?
Feihu and Zerga are very tall.
Oh my gosh.
Wait. But Han is very small.
Han is also small.
Han is very
Oh,
small.
Han is very small.
I was like, I don't think I'm crazy. I think Han is just very little. I think Peshmina will trail behind.
Alright, so everything's looking pretty secure. I can get back to my shop sooner rather than later.
No, not so soon. You know, this is fortuitous. I've had a question. I have had something that I need to ask of you.
Is it pressing?
Oh, well, pressing as in this. Well.
You ask.
Oh,
I'll decide if it's pressing.
It will probably be a lengthy. It will probably be a lengthy conversation.
No, ask.
He wants a bomb.
Ask the question. Hassan wants a bomb?
Less want and more that it might be required for the ongoing for our ongoing efforts.
We have a word for that. It's want.
Yeah, I was
Well,
here the
yes,
first
then
time.
Well, yes, then I would like a bomb.
Okay. How? What are we blowing up? A building, a person, a rat's nest.
Specifically about a. I would suspect it would have to be about a 15 to 20 foot by 20 foot container. Very sturdy, designed to hold and protect a magical clone of a dragon. I would ask Lauren, and
Han is like rubbing her eyes for a sec. Just like, okay. I mean, that is fun. You all cease to never be boring. I asked for this specifically.
And now the thing is, you have a very capable explosive maker with you.
I have a very capable disaster maker with me.
Yes, but they will be capable if there is somebody there to temper their more rash instincts.
I make no promises as to the controllability or viability of anything explosive directed by Lormp. However, his assistance would be required anyway. That's fine. So you're trying... Do you know what it's made out of?
Not even a
No.
little bit.
Not even a little bit.
But something we will do. There is more investigating to be done. That being said,
The more
something to
destructive,
just
the
think-
better.
yes, something to keep in the back of your mind while we do our investigating. That this is a request that will most likely come within probably a few weeks. Could be short.
It's probably gonna be sooner than a couple of weeks, right?
And yes, well, that depends on how quickly we can do our investigating, but yes.
We're not exactly huge purveyors of smoke powder out in the extremely dry, hot desert. I'll see what I can procure. I think it's going to be a lot of materials gathering more than anything else. Sans that, I'm sure Lorp would be more than willing to figure something out. No guarantees it will do what you want it to, but there's a you know what? We'll start ideating. I'll try and make sure he doesn't destroy Mirage in the process. But
Thank you.
a bomb. Ugh, all right. Just starts heading back to shop.
Han deserves more compensation.
Oh, agreed. Though they seem I'm happy they haven't left yet. They've managed to make quite a name for themselves in Mirage. I think the trade routes help them with exotic materials every once in a while. So, you all... I did not sleep well last night. You all are on the way? I'm planning on heading out shortly.
So long as Zerga's ready.
Oh, very much.
Oh, that's right.
We'll need
Sorry.
to, drag the cart out a bit further into the desert before we get going, but that shouldn't be a problem. You were realizing something, Matt?
I forgot we were doing Hav's Wrath. I thought we were going straight to Murat or
No, we're doing
Hav's Wrath
Hav's Wrath first.
and then yeah.
Althra. That's where I thought we were going. Okay.
Alright, then, here, let's, if you all wouldn't mind giving me a hand, let's get this thing moving. Kind of pulls on a couple of the straps for one last time and then starts slowly rolling the cart out into the desert. Fehu gives Zerga a quick hug before heading back to the mainland Mirage.
Fresh melons at hand.
Yeah,
She's not the strongest, but doesn't have to be. It's got wheels.
very much so. And wheels designed for sand, which helps. So, before long, you all are heading out into the sands of the Phasia. Zerga's more than happy to help push. Kind of betraying a little bit of her draconic strength in how much she is helping with getting this cart moving along. But before too long, you're out near the middle of the desert. And Zerga kind of like, if you all wouldn't mind giving me a little assistance getting strapped into this thing. Han wanted to make it a little bit more... Fehu and I discussed our last venture and thought to make it somewhat more strong than me clinging desperately to a cart that could fall out of the sky at any moment.
Appreciated modifications.
How can we help then? Are you going to place it on your back and we just strap it
Here,
to you?
I mostly step through it, and she kind of like grabs some of the straps that are kind of like tossed into the interior section of the cart, and kind of like lays them out onto the sand. Ooh, jeez. To reveal a few different loops that are clearly designed for her like back and shoulders at draconic scale. At which point, she kind of takes her glasses off and tucks them into a pocket of her dress, and then unpolymorphs back into her full draconic self amidst the desert. She likewise kind of like steps into those loops, kind of helps to... It looks like she's got the ones on her front legs pretty easily, getting those kind of around her shoulder and then like buckled across her back. But could use a little bit help in like there's an attachment point for the other loops at like the small of her back that she could really use some help with. If someone wouldn't mind a quick climb.
I've got you. I've got you.
Thanks much. All right. Whew. Back to Havsrath. All right.
Into the storm!
Once again.
Woohoo! All right. You see that Han has additionally left inside the cart 4 small pairs of goggles.
Yes.
Like very simple little glass goggles, little like glass metal single strap goggles to try and keep the sand out of your eyes.
Is one specifically built for...
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I think Loka may also have a little bit of a struggle getting them to properly fit.
I think, so Hasan cannot get them on at all. I'm like, because they'll just...
There's no back of your head.
Yeah. I'm genius engineer, everyone.
I think Peshmina just like proffers the scarf. I was originally gonna wear this around my head, but these will help.
I appreciate it. Do you spray perfumes on this?
Well, I mean, I wear perfume, and then I wear that, and then it will smell like perfume because of that.
Good choice. It smells good.
I have good taste. What can I say?
All right. Is everyone ready to go? Everyone holding on tight? Strapped in?
I don't know how to put these things around my eyes.
Let me help you out. Just Hasan tries to use this to help put the goggles on Loka. Is it? Should I roll a d20 for that? Is that going to be difficult?
Well, Loka is both slippery and fish-shaped. These goggles are not made to account for either of those things. I think it's less of a roll, more of a like, you can try as long as you want. They are not going to fit without some serious modifications.
You know what? Maybe Puppy can wear them.
They fit perfectly on Puppy.
Oh, what the fuck?
Just need to be tightened somewhat.
Uh,
Okay, puppy, if you just lick my eyeballs,
oh.
the sand will not stick, right? Oh, God, ah!
You might just
Stop
want
it!
Okay.
It hurts!
You're gonna get an eye infection. Just keep your eyes closed when we're passing through the sand wall.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try. I want to watch, though. It's like...
You'll be able to. You can watch us go in and open them up right after. The middle was pretty calm.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. All right. And with several wing beats that kick up a veritable small storm of sand and dust, Zerga lurchingly lifts the cart into the air. It's definitely a big bump the first time the cart pulls off the ground. Very much hope you're holding on to prevent just like getting tossed out of the cart entirely. But shortly, in just a few moments, you all manage to make it onto the Phasia proper. I forgot there was an encounter on this board last time we were here. just gonna
Clean up.
Worms.
The zombies.
Wait, oh my god, was this the worm map?
Yeah,
Yes, the
Oh
one with
my
the-
god.
from a little while ago.
Wow, wow, wow.
Ah, that's back before we had a millie and a twig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I love the single sack of just like grain on the cart.
All right, that's because
Yeah.
Jason was
We were
Truck-
traitors for a little bit.
for a tiny little bit. We were
That's
Dealing-
wild.
funny.
dealing in centipede.
Just gonna beep, beep. Gone forever.
Funny question.
Mhm.
Can anyone still hear me?
Yes.
I can still hear you.
Okay. I'm getting a JavaScript error for Discord.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh,
I was also
Huh.
wondering if it would be okay if we took like a quick 2-minute break because I keep needing to go to the bathroom, and also we might want to like try connecting on our side.
Yeah, sure. Let's take a quick 5.
I think I'm gonna restart my
That's very
computer.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good. Beep. All right. After a long and arduous technical difficulties, it's literally an hour later. Wait. Things are doing okay and fine. So, and if they cease to be so, I'm
Rage.
going to affix a machete out of a lawnmower blade and see what happens. My cousins used to make lawnmower machetes all the time. It's wild. I have an interesting family. So, you are currently being hoisted several hundred feet above the ground in a carriage affixed to Zerga via a system of large leather straps that seem to be creaking a bit, stretching, but holding weight just fine. You can tell that Zerga's got kind of like her claws like ready, so that if like something slips, she can like grab the cart real quick. But overall, this is much more comfortable than last time you rode because the straps serve pretty well as kind of shock absorbers for the flight itself. There's not so much, you don't feel every wing beat as strongly as you did in your last journey, but it also means you kind of like sway and tilt and tip back and forth a little bit, a lot more now that you're not so rigidly affixed. How's everyone doing?
I feel like last time Peshmina kind of got that like giddy, like first time flying feeling. And it's like you can't help feeling a little bit of that the second time, but also she's now been on an airship since then, and this is a little bit different, a little slightly rough in different ways. So it's just like excited. Oh, it moved a little too much. Not excited anymore. Okay, excited again. Oh, it moved. That was a little too. A lot of back and forth.
I'm sure that these things are designed to stretch. If they were not brittle, if they were brittle, then I'm sure we would have more to worry about them snapping. If they are stretching, that's a good thing. I believe that this is a good thing. It's not like Lorp made any of these.
Are you sure about that?
Did we confirm? I don't know if we actually confirmed that. I don't know if that's true.
It certainly doesn't feel true right now.
I don't think. I would hope that Han wouldn't entrust the creation of safety mechanisms to Lorp.
Who's to
Here's
say?
hoping.
I mean, if anyone wants to, you can roll me an investigation check.
Kind
Kind of like take a look at the craftsmanship here.
Hasan cannot stop himself. That's a natural
on it.
20.
Oh, fuck it, never mind. You do you.
So that's a 32.
I mean, okay, I also rolled.
I mean, yeah, but if it's something bad, Hasan's not gonna share, so you might as well roll 2.
Okay.
Alright, that's say less.
18 plus 1, so 19.
Excellent.
25.
25. Yeah.
Go.
So,
What?
Pashmina, everything looks super sturdy. You can tell by, like, pinions, everything seems to be done very much up to code when it comes to, like, leatherworking and straps. You work more with animals than most other people here in general. You can tell that this is that, but scaled up. How Han managed to have, like, dragon
This much
scale and
leather.
quality rivets and materials is a little odd. You think that maybe there was some kind of pre-planning involved in this, or Han was Han could not have possibly just
Personal
had this
project.
around to some extent. And Zoran and Hasan, this is a very clean design. Nothing about this in design implies to you that it was made by anyone other than Han. But you do spot, like, oh, there's a little claw mark. Oh, there's some little scritchy scratches on some of this leather around the class. Everything seems to have been done properly, and clearly that it was designed and outfitted by Han. But Lorp had a hand in this, but it looks like only in so far as some of the labor. Everything looks like it's been checked and double-checked.
For a second, I thought you were about to say it looks like Gwen has been gnawing on them.
You look way up and you notice one of the straps is hanging by just a thread. You actually all fell and broke your necks the moment Zerga took off, and this is the afterlife. It's crazy. It's crazy. On a Nat 20 investigation check, you find out it was a dream the whole campaign, in fact.
It's just been a dream. True. Wait, but then how was I casting Dream?
Bum, bum, bum! No, everything is totally fine. You can tell that Lorp was involved, but nothing about this reads as shoddy craftsmanship.
No, this is... I trust Han.
I think I also trust Han. I think.
Well, let's just enjoy the view for now. Looks down.
It's a desert.
Do yourself a favor and don't look down.
Hey,
Do us both a favor. Do not look down.
I have been up higher than this.
I
I mean,
don't
that's
think
true.
I have.
Don't. Loka, if you trust anything I say over the entire course of our months knowing each other, do not look down.
It's too late.
I think Pashmina is also kind of doing the, like, not quite hanging all the way over the edge, but, like, pretty damn far. Wow.
Oh, right, because... Oh, right. Are you going to climb up on Zerga's back?
I don't think Zerga?
Yes.
Want some company up there?
No, I think I'm fine for the time being.
Pashmina shrugs. She did not get consent.
Well, you are traveling very fast, probably faster than any other physical mode of transportation you've been on in a while. You're not flying quite as fast as you had when you were coming down, from from your initial encounter with Feihu. This is a smooth flight. This is not a dead sprint. But you're coming in on Havsrath pretty quickly. You can already see it growing in the distance as you near on. But you've got a few hours until you get there. Anything you want to do to pass the time?
Hasan?
Or simply choosing not to look down?
Hasan would like to study some of his tomes a bit more.
Yeah, for
if
sure.
possible. He would like specifically, or like he would like to start theorizing the material, or I guess, what's the word? Fuck. What am I thinking? let me get back to you on that. Sorry.
Yeah, for sure.
I have something I've been thinking about, but kept forgetting to kind of like inquire about. Pashmina has her journal out, and she's kind of rereading the stuff that she transcribed from the book about tieflings.
Yeah.
Reading the stuff about the ritual one can do to see one to like reveal one's heritage. Does she get the sense that that is magic that she is personally capable of?
Yeah, for sure. You get the sense that this is more like witch magic ritual than it is like spell casting. It's more involved. Like it's a process that takes like probably a couple hours in total, and like the gathering and assembly of a pretty intricate number of ingredients. But those provided, like the actual process is simple. It doesn't require any like magical acuity in and of itself.
Okay. Then... yeah, I think she's taking some time kind of thinking and reading over that. I think she starts making a proper, like... so if it's, like, explaining the ritual, then just makes a list of all the proponents.
Yeah, for sure.
On, like, a separate page.
You definitely recognize a number of them as things that, like, Han and other herbalists already carry. But there are certainly a few more exotic items you may need to inquire about when possible.
Gotcha.
Zeron and Loka, how are you handling the flight?
Terrible.
Terrible.
It's not even that he's not having a good time. He's just trying to think of a way to pass the time because he doesn't know what to talk about. And so he thinks, let's play I Spy. And he doesn't know why he's doing this because he didn't have a good time doing this on the open ocean. Why would the desert be any better? I don't know. You tell me. So that's where he's at.
It's always the times when you're the most bored and in the most boring place that you want to play I Spy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because we've been much cooler places, but then you don't really want to play I Spy anymore.
Yeah, because you're just too busy looking at all the cool stuff. And talking all about all the cool stuff that's going on.
I'm starting to think I Spy is not a very good game now that I think about it. It seems like a
What's that?
fundamental flaw.
What's better than I Spy then?
Two truths and all.
Okay, yeah. Makes sense. Are we gonna play? Does everybody want to play?
No.
What do you mean no? We got 3.5 more hours on Dragon Badger. You better say yes, goddammit.
Well, there's never have I ever, but that usually involves alcohol. Loka, please put the flag.
Kason says, it doesn't matter. It's not like the flask is going to do much. Did you not remember the last time we came through here?
Oh. Huh.
We didn't have the overflowing flagon then, though.
Try taking.
Well, we
a
had the
sip from me.
flask, but not the flagon.
Try taking a sip from me, Loka.
He does.
There's a like piddly stream of ale that comes out from the tip of the flask. The enchantment that lies at the center of Havsrath doesn't appear to extend quite this far out, but it does seem to already be having some effect on the magical production of fluids.
I guess,
Oh right, I forgot we're not in house yet.
not quite. Getting nearer.
Powerful magic, though.
Can Hasan try to continue his studies of using control magic, and try to maybe refine it per se, or theorize about ways he can refine it to make it perhaps easier.
Yeah, that makes sense. And you're trying to do that kind of like gleaning from the tomes, the Ignates, like.
Yeah.
Are you looking at
to-
like specifically the control of the undead, of like your own undead creatures, or just like control magic more generally?
I'm thinking of undead creatures.
Gotcha. Then yeah, go ahead and make me an Arcana check. We're saying the DC's here at like 20, 25, 30 at this point.
I get that. That's not going to be it. It's going to be a 19.
19. Just out of reach. There's something there. There's fruitful knowledge to be gained. And I think distracting is the targets being controlled. Like the intricate web of like trying to command a great horde of undead versus like undead individuals like the Elder and the other like greater the theoretical dragons that like Dvorak has under their claws. The like how conscious is something that is undead. It's a pretty complex subject, all things considered. In addition to intersecting with like charm magic, the kind of stuff that like Zoran's very familiar with, because like
I'm also guessing like Ignat's madness isn't exactly helping.
Not helping one bit. I think you get from the writings of his scribes that the controlling part of it may be one of the things he was pretty bad at. All things considered, was like pretty good at raising the dead, and it's just like, oh great, a rampaging Frankenstein, awesome.
I'm going to conquer this at some point. I am going to. Oh, should I roll a wisdom save?
Yes, please do so.
Mind if I just preemptively...
Intellect Fortress?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're also looking at like DC 20s at this point. Breakpoint's 15, 20, 25.
That's a 25.
Excellent, yeah. No issues. This is, it's pure science. It's bad science, but it's pure science. Easy enough to get through it yourself.
Okay, good.
I think the badness of the science actually helps, because it's like, you're like reading how they're trying to use like a specific like manifestation of entrails to like control magic someone, and you're just like, there is no soundness to this theory. Moving on. Like, it just doesn't even pass into cognition.
Well, that's good.
And after a bit of a boring flight, you are very much nearing the storm surrounding Havsrath. You see the great winds, the kick-ups, the dust that has been kicked up around this area, the sand wall, as Hasan referred to. Just a huge amount of force here. Feyhu gets pretty close to it, just close enough to it that like you all... Yes, thank you. Zerga gets close enough to it that you can all feel the little bits of sand kind of like starting to hit your sides. The wind and breeze has gone fully sideways. The assemblage of the cart is like very much swaying to one side with the wind. Zerga reaches her claws down and gives a firmer clamp on the cart as she hovers in place and gives it like, all right, going through. Ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Inward and downward, I suppose. All right, here we go. And she flies into the storm. I would like Constitution saving throws from everyone.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh.
Including herself.
Constitution.
That's not good. That's a 6.
A 6?
12.
12.
Did what?
That was a 1 on the die.
All right.
Oh.
Tell me I rolled the
Lord.
highest.
How'd you do?
13.
So, Zoran and
Shit.
Zerga have gotten into this appropriately prepared
God.
to meet the breakpoints DCs 10, 15, and 20 on this. This is rough. It seems like the storm has maybe even gotten more intense, or that it is because of the turning of the seasons. We're in autumn, things are starting to get more intense in terms of the weather. So the winds have been churning particularly strongly in the Phasia. And as you are battered and torn, and in some cases, it almost feels like you're beginning to asphyxiate in this storm due to all of the sand and dust produced in the winds of it itself. Excuse me. Pashmina, Loka, and Hassan, you're going to be take temporarily 1 level of exhaustion.
Gosh.
Whoa.
This will pass when the next you get a chance to take a short rest instead of a long rest. It is not as intense as a normal level of exhaustion. But going through this is particularly rough. And then, Zoran, you got a 14, right?
13.
13. Everyone is going to be taking
Oh god.
just 5 force damage. From getting battered this way and that throughout the wind, coughing up various amounts of sand, just the general exhaustion, and you do all collectively feel just a bit dehydrated from this experience as a whole, as it also gets blisteringly hot the closer you get to the center of Havsrath. Zerga continues to push through and down until what feels like an hour later, but can't have been more than 20 minutes, you break out into the interior of Havsrath, the Eye of the Storm, and Zerga kind of shakes some sand out of her scales, tries to get a little bit more situated, inadvertently shakes the cart a bit in the process. Hopefully.
Easy.
Oh, sorry. And down. And begins to descend far below as you see this giant crater effectively in the center of the desert. You can see from around the rocky ridges on occasion sand pouring down into this enormous crevasse that you can't quite see the bottom of. It appears that there's a very similar haze as to what surrounds Mirage, but this one being either non-magical or more a manifestation of its low altitude as it gets foggier and mistier the further you go down. But as you get further and further down, you start to make out what you could see by peering far below you before. You can just make out what looks like buildings protruding through the mist, and a figure or two moving among them. As you get closer and closer, those coming more into focus, you see what appears to be a temple, some kind of rather elaborate, pretty gorgeous construct, and a couple buildings aside scattered around it. Looking to the ground beneath, you see rock formations, pretty typical for the Phasia, but where there would be sand, there's nothing. It just keeps going down into this kind of amber glow. You can't see to the bottom of the pit that lies into the center of the Phasia, and continuing to descend further, Zerga slowing down kind of apprehensively as you can see what clearly now are floating islands of rock with these buildings stood upon them, and large serpentine forms moving amongst a couple of the islands. Let's go ahead and switch boards.
Ooh, new board.
New board. Ooh.
Forgive me for not bringing the cart with me.
It'll be okay.
Classic
Where the
green
fuck
fey
are
hue.
we?
So, as you descend, Feyhue gets closer and closer, kind of gently dropping you off on this bridge outcropping near the front of this enormous temple. But now, having lowered yourself down, you spotted a couple of forms moving further on one of the disconnected islands. But this one does not appear to have anyone on it immediately. Though upon landing, you see one of the doors open, and a large serpentine figure step out. Let me drop all your minis onto this board. Beep, beep. 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 Beep.
I'm going to have to do it deep.
I think upon hitting land and hopping out of the cart, Pashmina immediately like comes around to like check on. Ooh, goodness. Check on Zerga. How was that? You okay?
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm fine. Everything's fine. I'll need a moment to recover, but other than that, I think everything's in place. I didn't dislocate any shoulders. She's taking a big stretch. Just like, yes. All right. Excellent. I think, ooh, grass. Grass? Grass. Okay. And we'll kind of like tentatively step over onto one of the side notes. It's the lawn, it seems, of the area. The grass is quite dry, seems pretty parched, but it's living, as far as anyone can tell. And as she goes to sit, you see a figure coming from one of the sides and beginning to approach. Slithering over. Hello?
Hello.
Sorry to have not made your acquaintance earlier. It's not often we get visitors.
I wonder why.
My name is Hassan. We are... I'd had a whole ride to think of how to introduce myself to whoever was living here, and I forgive me, I have no idea how. I am a scholar.
A scholar. Excellent. And the rest of you?
Pashmina. I don't necessarily have anything else to call myself by right now.
Titles are, not the most necessary. And, the other two of you, I'll introduce myself post-haste.
Well, I'm Loka, and that's Zoran.
As you're introducing, can I ask something real quick?
Yeah.
Are these people familiar, or were there any documents or anything about these people in Havsrath? Because this place is kind of important to family for reasons.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
So, the...
Oh wait, that's...
Snake people seem to be something that you, given the myth you were researching before, something that seemed alluded to. Potentially remembering the old serpents. But other than that, a lot of this is unrecognizable.
Can I?
Sorry,
Sorry. Please.
No. Go on. This is your thought.
No, please refer to me as Erasmus. I am the great great grandson of the one known as Sultana Kadira.
Sultana Kadira. Interesting. And Erasmus. Excellent. Well, I cannot say I've heard of any of you, though I suppose that much should not be surprising. I'm Uralha, one of the few Tepres that remain here.
Tepres?
Tepres. We are a few people, but long-lived.
Quite.
told.
So, yeah. Yeah, sorry for just kind of, this wasn't, it's not as though we had a way to, like...
It's no problem at all. I will say we have very little understanding of what lies above and what brings those who come to visit us accordingly. We've heard some mention of a great desert that surrounds us, and as such have not made much effort as to remove ourselves from our current surroundings.
If I may ask, you say you're a long-lived... Oh,
Hard to say exactly.
The-
Are you saying things, Eli?
yes, you know,
Oh, now you're the one cutting out. Oh my god. EY. Oh no. Eli.
Destin, Tustin, hear me? Hear
Yep.
me fine?
Oh, no, you hear you. Yep.
Yeah.
Just a hiccup. Okay. Hey, Son asks, if it is very nice to meet you. Forgive me, for as little as you seem to be aware of the desert is hardly aware of you. We, several months ago, saw this area in passing. I believed that this was entirely uninhabited, that nothing could live here.
As you can see around you, that appears to be a false assumption.
Clearly.
We continue by the providence of the Great Serpent.
I have maybe Are you familiar with the conflict known as the Deafening War?
Can't say that I am. Looking them up and down, this Iralha, garbed very fancifully, holding a very large staff
I see
that appears to be made of bone and shaped like a claw, wrapped in some very nice red silks that match the rest of his outfit. He seems to hold it very authoritatively as he kind of looks down upon the rest of you.
Well, then, would you perhaps, in that case, would you perhaps be willing to... I tend to pride myself on the knowledge of the history of this area, but I have no knowledge of you at all. Would you perhaps would you have archives, perhaps libraries, something that you would be willing to show me? Forgive me, I would love to learn everything.
Absolutely. I'm a bit of a
you.
historian myself. I've been here the longest compared to the others, so I've done my best to record every goings-on an important event. We've dwindled over time as those of us have chosen to leave this place, among others, or have simply found their places elsewhere. But those of us that remain are happy and well and live by the, like I said, the divine providence.
Of the serpent.
The great serpent. That
The
which we
great
pray for
serpent.
is provided.
I hope, do you have texts regarding this great serpent as well?
Yes, extensive.
I would love to read some of these.
I think if Hasan starts to get on the move, Peshmina kind of takes up Hasan's place and is just like, not to be... I'll be a little bit curt here. This is not just a scholarly expedition. We come with a purpose. I'm here on behalf of the Raven Queen.
The Raven
getting
Queen?
right to it, aren't we?
I just want to be honest. We don't have to necessarily discuss it in detail right away. In fact, I would greatly appreciate getting to know you and any of the other people living here, but at some point there is a very serious matter at hand that I would like to discuss with you.
But of course, I would like to hear what messages come for me from this Raven Queen.
The way they say it, they definitely... There's confusion there, right? Like, that's not just...
Go ahead and roll insight for me.
Okay.
Hasan will roll insight as well.
Yeah,
please.
for sure.
16.
That's going to be a 19 on insight.
Peshmina, yeah, definite confusion. Like, as far as you're aware, he's repeating the words Raven Queen back to you as if he knows what those are, or knows what that is, but doesn't really seem to be, like, sure, whatever, strange visitor.
Gotcha.
Hasan, with 19, hard to perceive exactly, but hearing the words Raven Queen, there are some gears turning. You see that he is cogitating on something, but what exactly that means beyond some amount of spark of recognition, hard to perceive. See in the background as these enter, there is another, armed, sword and shield, who just opens the door and walks outside and is just carefully watching from a distance, not making any moves.
It gives a little, like, friendly, like, forefinger wave.
They'll sheath their blade and give a hand back.
Oh, in the meantime, so would you perhaps show me to these libraries?
Yes, absolutely. Come along.
Oh.
I'm sure we
No.
have much to discuss.
I think Hasan probably has. How quickly do they move? They are
Quite
large.
fast. Yeah, they slither quick.
Yeah, Hasan's probably having trouble keeping up with them.
I think they notice and slow down somewhat.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. These
It's
I'm
no
made for
problem.
flying, not quite for walking.
We've been permitted to grow quite significantly in size over the time that we have been permitted.
I have seen. You said you were very old. How old are you? Because I've seen this architecture before. Like this. Cool. May I harken back to an old session? You see, there was the architecture reminded me. This architecture here was similar to that of the temple in the Notskog, right? It is of the same era.
Yes.
So to say. This. And that would be like a good couple centuries, I'm guessing? I don't know.
Longer.
Longer. This is
If anything, this seems less contemporary and more a progenitor of that style of architecture.
This is
Although
not understand,
deeply
this-
refined. This seems like it is
It's
very
evol- it is
carefully
evol- it-
sculpted.
Yeah, or like the art has evolved over time.
Yes.
Well, I can see there are ruins on the a couple hundred miles from here with architecture that is eerily similar, and this is beyond old. This is over millennia, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years old. How long lived are you?
It's hard to say exactly. There have been many suns. That is primarily the way by which we can track time. I have read in some books granted to me by the serpent that time passes in years above, in seasons and cycles, but we have only the light to guide us, and it's been millions of days. I'm not certain the equivalency therein, but quite a time.
And you have been here for all of them?
Yes, I have been here, well, the longest of anyone here, at least.
And
there were those who were older, but no longer.
they simply choose to pass on?
It's a sensitive topic.
Oh, of course, I apologize.
I'd
my
respect
curiosity
their choice and privacy in the matter.
Oh no. Then, if I may ask then just a general question before I don't know, dive headfirst into whatever text you may have. I suppose I should formally introduce myself. I'm Hassan of the Archive. We archive old story. We archive of the archive. We document We document stories. We document knowledge of all kinds. Yet knowledge of your people has always eluded us until now. If I may have, it's I know an odd question to ask. Who are you? Your people? What do you refer to yourselves as? To what do you do? What are you? I know it's a terrible question and way to phrase it, but I forgive me, I can't think of any other way to ask.
To the best of my ability, we are the Tepris. That's the name given to us by the Divine, and we live. And that is all we are required to do, and all we wish to do. Some of us chose to refine arts, some of us chose to study, some of us chose to listen to the whisperings of the Divine, like myself. The fellow you saw outside, Jayasa, a stonecutter, he's very much responsible for the upkeep of this temple. Is given his raw materials whenever he prays for them. Cut stones, and cut them he does with great precision and care. Everything you see around you is his work. Another, Atshir, lives away from us now on the Drifted Isle, but chose to refine her prowess with the bow. Read in some books she was given, some adventures, and wanted to do her best, and so she practices. We have not spoken for some time, but I believe she still attends to her hobby.
You mentioned
Sorry,
a
go on.
few. You mentioned a few times now. About things being provided to you, provided by this serpent?
Yes.
How does that work, if I may ask?
It is a simple ritual. We pray, we ask, we implore, we sleep, and when we awake, it is here.
Is this something we're allowed to observe, maybe?
If you'd like to. In the past, some visitors have been successful in doing so themselves. As long as their request is genuine.
The rituals. Do you have a text on them I can read?
Certainly. I've done my own amount of studying therein to see if I can ascertain the limits. And Will has kind of in this room a great catalog of scrolls that they grab and like begin unrolling and trying to find specific texts for you. Hanging
What?
just outside a little bit. We'll get back to that. Zeron and Loka, kind of glinting off of the bright light through the fog, you see some movement on the far drifted isle of a couple large figures peering over from that island at the new visitors, and especially at the dragon lounging on their lawn. Or not their lawn, the nearby lawn. They just seem to be watching from afar.
Loka is just gonna wave.
One of them kind of like appears to look kind of gruffly, but the other like puts an arm up and gives a big wave to try and, because they're quite far away, even as large as they are. Could both of you give me a perception check?
Sure thing.
Where's my perception? 18?
18. 18's quite good.
12.
12.
Thudding as they move.
Zeron with the 12. You notice that the one with the great sheathed sword is clearly still watching the two of you pretty closely. Like, not being intrusive, keeping their distance somewhat, but is absolutely, like, looking at you. Loka, you notice this as well, but you also note that when the ones from across the way give a big wave, the one with the sword, the ones who, if you've been listening in, you might know as Jayasa, gives the two on the drifted isle a, like, pretty severe glare.
Is this a glare that they would even be able to see?
Unlikely.
So just disapproving. Okay.
Hazan, you had a question about these texts.
Yeah, he wants to look at through these rituals. Are they like what? So, do they match up with anything similar that he's aware of? Like,
From,
instance,
like, it seems like the same kind of prayers other religions do, like, just a very, like, give me now my daily bread as I lay me down to bed, like, ass requests, but, like, for some reason for them, it works. Like, they get it. At least as is recorded as is purported by these texts. When they pray, they are given provenance.
nothing arcane about it from the looks of it, I guess, from the way it's described.
Yeah, there's no kind of spells cast as far as you can tell. Like, he calls it a ritual, but, like, it's pretty straightforward.
It is.
There is some note as to if the sleeper is observed constantly, then it doesn't work. Like, if someone in the area doesn't trust that it will work and is, like, trying to watch to verify that it will, the request is not granted. Only by non-observation is provenance provided.
Fuck, I should have knew.
And yeah, all of these texts referring to the Great Serpent.
I shouldn't have used my sixth spell slot so quickly. For true seeing, now I can't use it again. Fuck. Okay. Well, fascinating, I suppose. We're gonna need to...
We have plenty of facilities, should you need to rest.
Yes,
From other visitors, I understand that traveling here is quite an arduous task.
Yes. I may make use of that in the meantime. However, I hope you won't mind if I just continue to go through this, continue to just read through some
Please,
of...
the texts are for you to read.
Oh, can you show me like some of the oldest ones, like for early
Certainly.
documentation?
Yes. We'll bring you back to... it is just rows and rows and piles and piles and piles of scrolls. And yeah, they're also beautifully illuminated. Like, just absolutely illustrated to hell. Someone had all the time in the world to work on these, and such made them incredibly beautiful.
They are
That's some real monk shit.
Yeah.
Not
magnificent.
goofy monk shit, real monk shit.
And the earliest texts start with primarily just the like censuses, individuals in attendance. Aralha himself is called out numerous times. They do a lot of like talking about what people are praying for, what people are gaining, kind of this early celebration, it seems like, is something that occurred that is alluded to, but not really directly referenced. It seems like the point at which Aralha began keeping a record.
Like there were no records previous to that?
Not that Heisan is being shown in this collection, at least.
Huh.
I honestly keep looking around, and the Great Serpent, is the Great Serpent ever elaborated on? Like, he just keeps saying, who is the Great Serpent? What? Okay, I know of many deities, but Great Serpent, this is new.
Our divine providence is simple and complex as that.
No mythology, no tale of their birth, they simply are?
They are as we are too. For as long as we have known anything, we have known of the serpent.
Forgive me, it's hard. Okay, yeah, and Heisan is... That's a nat 20 on insight.
Ooh, spicy. What does that bring you up to numerically?
24.
24.
Goddamn.
Noted. So, on that, you ask just like directly, like, no origin story, no what's going on, and with the response of like, oh, they just always have been, blatant lie. Like that, like, not only is that a lie, strong indications that Aralha himself knows when this started, or the origin therein.
Oh, shit.
Heisan looks up now, looked at Pashmina and say, truly carefree, I suppose. I wouldn't have the wherewithal to know
That's a lot of
where
trust.
something is coming from without even asking.
The simpler the faith, the easier it is to adhere to and understand.
And you haven't noticed, it's not as though you ask for something and there's a price for it.
Not as far as we're aware. We'd be long gone without such providence.
Hmm.
I believe our existent ode, we cannot farm, we cannot hunt, we cannot gather. All that sustains us, all that we have been given for as long as we have survived, has been provided to us. A life
say
free
you-
from want.
You experience some kind of connection to this thing, some kind of...
Less connection, more whispers. I
Are
wouldn't
you the only one?
The only one left. There used to be a small group of us, but in the interim, I am all that remain.
Sounds a little lonely.
This is true.
Well, in that case, you said you have accommodations. You won't happen to
Very much
mind
so.
if I take a
Please.
few of these and continue to read.
All of you, yes, very much so, if you'd like to. And we'll lead you to where there are cushions and beds and things to sleep on. I'm trying to remember where that is in the assembly of this.
I mean, I need to find the bedroom.
There's a second floor, but I forgot how to access it. Yeah, well, abstracted. It's a
Secret
bigger
door,
room.
whatever.
Bigger room.
Is it the green thing or?
I'm not worried about it.
Okay.
It's in the building somewhere.
All right.
They'll hang out in here. Zeron and Loco, what you up to?
Living in fear. You go on.
So, wasn't there like one of those big like positive or negative energy things around here? And every time that we've come across one of those, wasn't there like an associated dragon with it? So, do you think that the dragon is one of the people? Or do you think that maybe the dragon is like asleep underneath the city somewhere? And do you think the dragon also is the one who made the sand? The tornado sand?
I have no idea. All I know is fucking okay, thank you, bird. Sorry, he just flew onto my shoulder and scared the shit out of me. I do not want to stay here long. For as long as I remember, the Storms has always been here. Yes, there is supposedly a very negative reading, if I'm remembering right, because it's been so long since I've looked at the energy map, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm almost positive that it's a negative reading here. Whether or not there's a dragon associated with it, I could not tell you.
Well, then, like, what's the deal with you using your real name here? Is it because they're not, like, real people out in the world? They're just kind of this small little community that... Did you think... Wait, were they supposed to know who you were? Because you mentioned, like, your great-grandma or something? Zeron, you're confused, but you also, like, know something's going on.
Okay, a little bit of a history lesson, I suppose. So you are familiar with the rule that is in place for royalty within Althra. Royalty are not allowed to leave the city
Right.
whatsoever. That rule was put in place over 200 years ago because of my great-great-great-grandmother, who
Okay.
went missing somewhere here and was never found.
So do you think that we're gonna find your missing grandma here?
It's been 200 years. I almost certainly do not believe we'll find anything. I said my name just because if she was truly here, it's possibly a name that was known if she survived the fall down. Sorry, this is really gruesome to say. I'm speaking of family. Long story short, I had family go missing here. It has been a huge thing in my family for the last 2 centuries since it happened. She had no children of her own, so the title of Sultana went to her wife. And it continued from there. I don't expect you to understand. It's a huge thing. Gail, please. It's a huge thing for my family. That is why I'm on edge.
So was this tornado thing here 200 years ago when your great-grandma went missing, or?
That's a question for the DM right now. I don't know how long the history of it has been tracked. Because obviously nothing is really known about Havsrath.
Havsrath predates Althra.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah. It's...
Havsrath, as far as
shrugs.
anyone has recorded, is just a natural geological phenomena of the desert.
For all intents and purposes, this has existed before the city. I know as much about this place as you do. The only thing connecting me to it is my great-great-great-grandmother, supposedly.
Do you think they have cemeteries here?
I don't know. The fact that the one didn't seem to really react to the name Kadira probably means that they don't know her.
Well, you want to go find out? Let's go.
Kind of, sorry. Really on edge, yeah.
Well, then I'll go find out for you, okay? I'm gonna go ask the really scary guy right there if he knows if there's any cemeteries anywhere. I'll be right back. Zerga, watch Zoran. He's really on edge.
Oh dear, oh dear. Okay.
I can do this.
Oh wait,
Someone
Zerga. Oh shit,
stomps
Zerga's
over.
gonna go talk to him.
No, you said to watch Saran. I was gonna watch Saran.
Wait, where's Zoran?
Right next to Lo.
Right next to you. No, I'm confused.
Why are you so confused?
Well, on this little screen.
I'm on the stairs next to you.
Oh, that's
Right here.
us.
I'm just I'm popping around.
Where's the big scary guy?
He's in the middle court.
Just kind
Oh,
of
okay.
Yeah.
he over there.
So I'm not in the actual like thing. I'm still waiting. So I was like, what?
I'm streaming.
Where am I? Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go chat with that guy. Well, snake.
Plap,
first.
plap, 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 plap.
Just nursing.
Hello! Wow, you are so much taller than I am.
Hello. Jayasa. And you are?
Jayasa, that's a really cool name. Like, no joke. That's the coolest name I've ever heard in my life. My name is Ur.
Happy to meet you.
That was good! He was right. He almost said my name exactly right.
So happy for you. Congratulations.
So my friend was wondering if there's like any cemeteries here because he's thinking that maybe his great 3 times grandma may have accidentally come here and died. And if that were the case, then maybe you would have like buried them somewhere. And if so, they probably would like, you know, you probably know their name, hopefully, or like there'd be like some memorabilia that was on their person that maybe is attached to the grave or something. I don't know, but I figured I'd ask and see if there was anything we could do to check it out.
Interesting of you to ask. So we have a crypt, which I myself built.
Oh, that's cool.
Unfortunately, no visitors are allowed. Only members of the Serpent's clergy are allowed to attend to those left there. But I can assure you, I don't believe... We have had a number of visitors come to rest here. Unfortunately, the Serpent's magic does not protect them same as us when it comes to the ravages of time. But...
Sure.
Rest assured, they are certainly laid well to rest respectfully in the crypt.
Right, okay, but that doesn't really answer my question of like, is there some way we can maybe try and find out if she's maybe here?
No.
Just so you know, Matt, Cole just rolled something because I know you.
I was gonna say, can I hear it from where I am?
Yeah,
or...
you can make an insight check. Loka, your passive insight's already good enough to figure out that, oh, well, that was bullshit. Okay, cool.
This guy didn't roll above a 12?
No, he rolled an 11. -1.
That was a 10 on the die plus 5, so 15.
Yeah, likewise. Specifically the line, laid respectfully well to rest, lying through his fangs.
I was not expecting these people to be such fucking bullshitters. What the fuck? Why the fuck you lie?
I think they are going... Zoran is going to approach. Kind of slowly, but stops a little bit of... just a little distance. I do not want to ask this. I do not want to come across as begging, but this is a family member that has been lost for a very, very long time.
200 years!
Would put my family at ease to know what happened to her.
That's 2 whole centuries.
Go ahead and make me a persuasion check. You Loka's helping. You can have assistance on this.
I'll take that. Ooh, that was better. How does a 27 do?
27's very good. He looks really uncomfortable. It's just like, Grandma, 200 years. Well, I can't take you there myself. Tell you what, maybe, I'm certain extenuating circumstances and family interests. Maybe Aralha'd be. I can put in a good word, and maybe he'll be more than happy to bring you down for a look himself. Does that sound reasonable?
That would mean the world to me. And do I play this up? I know I already rolled high.
Shed them tears, baby.
I was gonna say, kind of like the crocodile misty eyes. We were never able to have a proper funeral for her.
I'll go check. I'll go see what I can do. Like,
Thank you.
Slithers away.
Wipes their eyes, shudders.
As soon as that person is out of earshot, Loka's gonna be like,
Okay, yeah. We're a team. We can go, yes.
The best team, you and I.
Peshmina and Hassan, you see the large stonecutter Jayasa kind of slither into the temple proper. Oh no, you two are going to find your rooms.
Well, I was gonna stay as close to
Sure.
this. I'm sorry. Their name started with like an
Iralha.
A or something.
I'll
Say it again?
put them in chat. Iralha.
Okay, that will help. Yeah. Also, yeah. Sorry, I had to check with myself. I was like, millions. Millions is big number.
Millions is a big number.
That's a big number. Plural?
Plural.
Plural millions?
He said plural.
Damn. Because I was like, a single year is only 365. What do you mean millions? Raw.
Loka, while you're outside also... sorry, here. Peshmina, yes. Jayasa is going to covertly whisper something to Iralha.
I think Peshmina notes this, but doesn't say anything
Whoops.
about it. Oh, no! Conflict. I think she observes, she notes. I certainly don't wish to overstep boundaries in any ways, especially considering this seems like the first contact you've had to the outside in quite some time. But I was wondering, would maybe any of you be interested in sharing a meal together? Whoever is interested, whoever is left of you.
Certainly. I think that would be most interesting. Delightful, even.
I figure there's no quicker way to get to know each other better.
Certainly. The breaking of bread in many traditions.
I figured that at least would be somewhat universal.
One would hope.
You say you hadn't heard of the Deafening War. I suppose that makes me wonder, when was the last time anyone at all came through here?
Oh, through here? It's been quite some time. Forgive me, in the latest, I can't even say for sure. I've somewhat stopped keeping count. It's mattered less and less as there have been less and less of us.
Yes, I imagine it would be difficult to keep track after a certain point.
Prefer to take every day one at a time.
I wouldn't wish to burden you, but there is something I wish to discuss with you that will require perhaps an extended update as to the state of the world above. For context.
If you so choose. I would not mind hearing more from the outside. Jayasa's gonna skitter on out of here.
You say you're at least aware that there's a desert around you. Are you further aware of any other surrounding geography, the nation in which Avsrath exists?
We have not. It's not of our concern.
So, quite isolated then.
Very much so, and partially by choice. We understand that there above is some amount of conflict, and we would not want to be a danger or to put ourselves at jeopardy.
For that, I don't blame you. Unfortunately, it is talk of conflict I bring.
If it is so necessary. More than obliged to hear you out, at least.
Certainly. For my own reference, Deafening War was actually also about 2 to 300 years ago.
Yeah.
What we talked about.
A pair or trio of centuries, I think.
Okay.
Something like 8 generations. Maybe less than that.
I have to.
More like 6.
I'm gonna try and put that into. I'm gonna like do some reverse math of like. We'll say Peshmina's better at math than I am.
Yeah.
We'll say over 100,000 days ago, to try and keep it in a perspective you might be able to grapple with. Long before we above aren't as blessed with long life, you see. Long before I existed. There was a very large war. A war between 3 wizard kings. I'm not privy enough to know what the war was about fundamentally, but I'm well aware of the results, which were catastrophic. There is still land yet that has not been reclaimed or even attempted to be lived in yet. Can I? Am I allowed to
Please.
ask what that roll was for?
It's for you to roll an insight check against.
Okay. That was a 16 plus 6.
22.
22. They are very much suppressing an emotion. And you cannot tell whether it's about an even split in your perception between anger and boredom.
I think it's another case of Peshmina notes it and does not say anything about it. But will... To make a much longer story short, those lands affected by such a war are only just recovering in full. In my home country, it is considered perhaps one of the worst travesties in all of history.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I would like to reassure that we do not wish to drag you into anything or make this a problem of yours. But I do have... Well... There is a request at the heart of all of this, and it's not a very good one, and one I don't think you'll want to hear.
Kind of looks at you expectantly.
I don't think I'll make it yet, if that's alright, but I feel like you should be... I should at least let my... I don't wish to deceive you into thinking that my intentions are purely inquisitive.
Suit yourself?
I think Oversending Stones is just like, where is everyone?
Did Jay also come back and give us any info on anything?
Yeah. Beep. See them kind of hustling out, like... slowly. Aralha will be more than happy to give you a tour in due time, not immediately. He says there's some needed time to prepare, but would be more than happy to give you a guided look soon enough.
Am I allowed to ask then how long this would be?
No more than an evening or two.
Or two?
Not tonight, perhaps tomorrow, definitely the day later, if not.
You know how it goes around. They gotta, like, do all the ceremonial cleanings and make sure that, you know, we don't come in there and muck up all the spirits, or however they might think about it. I'm sorry, I'm completely ignorant to how you do things, but I just kind of figured that's probably close enough to
It's pretty
you know.
dusty, too.
Am I allowed to roll insight?
Yeah, please.
Just because I don't think Zoran entirely trusts it.
For sure.
That's an 11 on the die plus 5, so 16.
Yeah, for sure. Well, luckily they got a -1. So, everything he said is he's being, his intentions are very clear here. He is very much succeeded in persuading him. He's mostly just kind of trying to, like, damage control. It's just like, let's make sure you're okay, assurances, things are going fine. We need some time to prepare. As far as you can, like, ascertain from this interaction, is that, like, Jas is just saying what he was told to say, by Aralha, but the time waiting implies to you that there's something there they don't want you to see.
And that's what they were worried about. Because they did say their family member's name. They're almost wondering if it's to hide something about it.
Hard to say from this interaction.
Yeah.
If it's any consolation, there's no recognition in Jayasa.
Yeah.
And there was not recognition before in Aralha.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. Very well. Thank you for asking on my behalf. That does truly mean a lot to me.
Of course. And if there's anything else I can help you with, just find me, let me know.
I shall. Thank you.
absolutely.
Are the people on the other islands still watching us?
Looks like not anymore. They've mostly dispersed. At least, the one who gave a big wave at you seems to have moved back to deeper into the island. The other one seems to be lounging kind of on that border, pointed in your direction, but not, like, staring at you all. Just, they appear to be reading something.
I think now's a good time to say that we got that sending.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Seems reasonable.
Loka, Zerga, and I are outside in the courtyard still.
Good. I'll rejoin you in a moment. And then to Irolha, I'm looking forward to getting to know you more over some dinner, I suppose.
As am I.
But I think for now I'm going to reconvene with my friends, get settled.
Please. And explore at your leisure.
Thank you for your hospitality, honestly.
Of course. What else do we have?
Just shoop. Something is very wrong here.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yep. I don't want to be mean about it or anything, but it's just... they're holding back too much.
For you as well.
I mean, to be
also-
fair, we are outsiders, and you know they've been living here in their own little society bubble for like a millennia or whatever, and you know they probably just are afraid that we're gonna come in and destroy everything because that's what people who live like this do. And in fairness to them, we
Peshmina looks
kind of
guilty.
are. So, you know, I'm just kind of ready to like get it over with already. Like I'm not here to play nice and, you know, slowly rip off a band-aid. Just rip off the damn band-aid. Let's find out who the dragon is. Let's infiltrate the horde. Let's go find out what's going on with your 3 times grandma and why they don't want us in the crypt just quite yet because it's dusty. Oh no. Let's just get it over with. They're gonna hate us anyways.
Peshmina looks around, so Jayasa has gone back inside.
Yep.
Is there anyone, like, from, like, she, like, peers around. Is there even a single soul about?
There's the one visible on the other island.
On the other island.
Seems to be lounging around the edge of the drifted island, reading a book. Kind of looking up every once in a while.
There's no, like, bridges or, like,
There are not.
connection or, like... Zerga, how are you feeling at this point?
Well, I'm fit as a fiddle, darling. I'm doing all right.
Can I ask you a teensy quick favor?
Would you like to go to the other island?
I would.
Do we want to get everyone on board?
Looks to the others?
Can fly there on my own.
Reasonable. Hassan, are you capable of flying yourself to the other island? Should you want? Oh, I don't have. Sending. Could you tell Hassan over the sun?
Yeah, we're sending. Hey, son, we're going exploring. You want to come with?
I am interested, yes. They're lying. I'm sure you've already picked up that they are lying to us, correct?
Oh yeah, they're being very, very cagey. Very, very cagey.
Peshmina, if you want to actually make a perception check as well as part of that kind of scanning the surroundings.
That was a 13.
13. Yeah. So between Jayasa and Aralha, you have a strong suspicion that there's literally no one else on this island.
And I've only ever seen at least one person on the other island. I don't think I've seen any more people than that, though.
Correct.
Yeah.
You can. I have my own design. I have my own designs. I'll check out one of the other island to the. I'll check out. You can check out that island. I'll go check out this island. You're talking about checking out the other big one, right?
Yeah, the one that's like off to the right-hand side, I guess, if we're looking at the front of
There's
this
technically a compass. The southeast.
southeast.
Given the little compass in the bottom left corner. Yeah, the big one.
I need to like zoom way the
Then,
fuck out.
Heisan, would you like a friend?
Oh, I would love that. I was thinking of heading to the small little shrine-looking area in the northeast, northwest.
I shall join you for that then.
Are we sure that's how we want to do it? I mean, just in case something really hinky happens, don't you think should have one strong person?
There's Loka, unless
Are you
we actually
saying we
strong?
aren't strong?
I think Peshmina she tries not to make an expression at that. A little, the flash of grimace, and then just I didn't make that face. That is not the face I made. Neutral expression.
Zoran, I don't think you're not strong. I just don't think that you're like physically strong. You know what I mean? Like Pashmina could probably kick someone's jaw straight off their mouth.
How many times have you seen me immolate a creature in front of you?
Not as many as I would like, to be honest.
That's rather macabre. I think for now I don't get the sense that we're necessarily in danger. I do think we're
super in danger. I don't think we've ever been in more danger than we are currently right now.
You really think so?
I really think so, yeah. I think that Jayasa guy is nice, but the other guy and the people over here, no way. We're in so much danger right now, it's crazy. This is what we on the sea call the calm before the storm.
I guess I should. Even after everything, I can't help but trust people too much. Maybe you're right.
Maybe you shouldn't trust me, Pashmina. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I also just don't tend to trust people who have now lied to us, to multiple of us, several times.
Well, that's. I think. Pashmina looks like she wants to say something but doesn't.
Well, I didn't lie much.
You haven't lied much.
It was reference to me.
It's I understand why. We don't have to retread old ground. It's just I can understand keeping certain things close to the chest.
Look, so this Jayasa guy said that we could go and look for Zoran's 3 times grandma in the crypt, but we couldn't do it until tomorrow night or the night after probably. And you know what, if I was gonna try and get rid of some
Evidence?
interlopers, but dragging them into a crypt that we said we needed to clean, quote unquote, sounds like a good place to trap and then kill them. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
For all we know, people get stuck in here like once every couple decades, and they bleed them out and suck on their blood to, like vampirism, and that's how they stay alive for so long.
at this point, I won't say I'm not afraid of. There's plenty I'm afraid of. If they decide to give us trouble, I'd like to think we can make them think twice about it.
Look, I think I'm very capable, but I don't think I'm very capable against millennia-old vampire snakes. My
Well, that's-
mind is really racing here, everybody. I need someone to tell me to stop, please.
Here, get on, Zerga. Can we go?
Yes.
Get on,
Tell
Luca.
she was thinking about millennial-old vampire snakes. All right, all aboard.
Idea for a new play.
Internally, Peshmina's like, I finally get to ride a dragon. I finally get to ride a dragon. She does not say this, but. Oops.
Plop.
Oh, just right in front of them. Okay.
Oh fuck, his son fell off the earth.
Oh no.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Here,
Yeah, this seems like a better place to drop off. Seems like a more logical place for Zerga to drop you all off. There's another Snurson.
This is like, that might be a little too intimidating. That was not the power move I wanted to, like...
Pears over the edge, just like, hello, welcome.
Hello.
I hope you're well. Here, excuse me, pardon me. Like, slither. Like, meow.
Sorry to, disturb you.
No, good to see new visitors. It's been quite a while. At your service.
At you?
At Sheer. Here, if you wouldn't mind, somewhere more comfortable to stand. It's been a bit since we've gotten visitors. We'll bring you over to this little underside. It's got some, like, cushions and table and food.
Kind of... walking slowly, having a little distance, kind of half mumbles to Loka, and it's just like, I mean, for all this deception, they are quite welcoming.
And as you approach that, I'm gonna ask for a quick 5. So I can use
yeah.
the bathroom, among other things. Alright, back
I
in a mo.
keep sipping tea. I need to stop. Sipping tea.
Alright, back shortly. Beep. Yeah, so, the two of you, approaching the, this little underside hangout. You do hear the, consistent twang of a bowstring above you.
Is there a resident archer about?
Yes, that'd be, Iklito. Is yes, it just wants to, had an art she wanted to, proceed with. I think she's done quite a good job of doing the archery thing. It's a fun time. It's a fun time. So, what brings you all down here into the center of the sands, so I hear?
A large array of things, I think, at this point. I have something I need to ask of Iraha.
Ugh.
Oh, strong reaction.
Yeah, we had a strong disagreement some time ago. He started the whole great serpent thing and had a distaste for that, so I chose to live aside, and we've drifted since, quite literally. Can't really talk much, not being able to get between the islands. I think he's a bit of a prude, all things considered. Given infinite time, he wants to spend his nose in books.
I know someone like that.
Rude ones at that. We've been given an incredible opportunity to live a life of infinite little luxuries. Seems wasted on him. He doesn't seem to be having much fun.
what's your choice of indulgence?
Oh, whatever strikes the fancy. I try to follow the whim. Lately, painting. Once upon a time, fornication. Music from time to time. Boxing and tail fighting. Wines. Little candies and treats and things. Just whatever strikes the fancy at the time. But right now, it's painting.
It's good to have a variety of interests.
Indeed.
I always say.
Someone after my own heart, I see.
More than you know. All right.
And your friend in the back. Come. What strikes your fancy, small man?
Me?
Yes, you. What brings you here along with the pink one?
I'm sorry, I dissociated for a second. I apologize. I like money.
Ah! One of life's most basic instincts, but a valuable one at that.
Yeah, very valuable.
Pushing the bridge
But I
over
don't like
nose.
getting money. Honestly, kind of sucks. So I like to steal it from other people who don't really need as much money as they have.
Ah, a brute!
Well, yeah, probably.
Interesting.
I like the term pirate more,
Pirate. Ooh, that's got a ring to it, doesn't it?
right?
So you enjoy enacting violence upon the weak, then?
Not so much the weak.
More of a challenge. I guess piracy. Something about oceans, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that the rich people are weak.
Oh, more of a hero of the people, then. A taking from the wealthy and giving to those other than
I
the wealthy.
don't give it to anybody. It's my money. I stole it proper.
Taking from the wealthy, and then there's a period there.
Ah! Well, half begun is once begun is half done. Something.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but thanks, I guess.
An interesting individual in any case.
What do you like to do?
Oh, we got over that a bit.
Like I said, I dissociated for a minute. I'm sorry.
Painting mostly
wine,
right now.
fornication.
I think that's
Fornication.
That was the fornication part. And I wondered what in the hell I had just
Boxing, tail fighting. I'm sorry, it went by so fast. There were quite a lot of them, so...
Oh, there was a card play at one point in time.
Well, there you go.
Nowadays, my Iklito and I are mostly solitary. Not much. Games for two are not as compelling.
Does Iklito also share your distaste for Iralha?
Oh, I'd allow her to tell you herself, but for different reasons, yes. Again, sometimes it's how we ended up. There, once upon a time, were two fairly significant camps between the two of us. A few dozen on either side, but it's reduced somewhat.
Well, how many people are still left? We've only seen exactly 4 people.
That's it. Well,
That's all?
it's all they've seen. Have you seen a Cassadras? There used to be 3 on the mainland, but one of them stayed pretty, was more of a book learner, was more interested in the, studies.
Kind of looks to share, like, a pointed glance at Luca while saying, I've only seen Iralha and Jayasa.
That's disappointing. I thought Cassadras was a fine fellow, if misguided.
Perhaps I'll ask about them.
What did it look like?
Well, I'd say about 15 feet long, green, kind of scale overtone, yellow scale across the belly. Wore a bit of, like, kind of a purple and gold, among other things. Carried some number of accoutrements with them. It was a bit of he had his head in the books. He kept a pack with him at most times. Occasionally carried a staff, not unlike my own.
I actually have perhaps a question you might not know anything about, but I might as well try. The staff Iralha carries. How long has Iralha had that?
As long as I can remember.
Hmm.
He's a bit older than me, so...
And does he claim that it's also a gift from this great serpent?
Well, he does now.
But didn't before?
No, I believe he inherited it from his father.
Interesting.
It was bestowed upon his father by some...
The Raven Queen?
No...
No?
By some
Maybe...
great serpent, maybe?
I don't know. So the Great Serpent business is more recent. His father, Dehiha, I knew him briefly, but we were both young broodlings at the time. So
Wait, the her?
Dehiha. I'll spell it out to you.
Dear. Okay.
It's Dia was the town elder, somewhat when we were going through a great period of famine and misfortune.
Oh, that's terrible. I'm so sorry.
It's was all we knew. It was the way of life. We were known not to live very long. When I was but a broodling, we were told we would live 70 evenings, generally. Developed quite quickly. We were very small at the time. Never grew to be more than a foot or two long. And purportedly, some number of our elders cried out for help to stop that, to end our cycle of short-lived suffering. And purportedly our answers were granted. We were given this small haven to live out our days for as long as we wished. Some of us have wished longer than others. Some of us brought new life into this world, though that stopped fairly quickly. Not out of lack of love, but just with lives as long as ours, generational continuation and divides became less important.
I see.
Not a priority. But I have yet to have my fill, at least. Got at least a few more hobbies I think I could get into. I've never learned how to correctly play the bagpipes yet.
Some joie de vie yet, then.
I certainly hope so.
It's good to hear.
I'd say I've lived a life quite full. Good life to the fullest, every day at a time, but...
I have perhaps a very direct and maybe yet another question you may not know the answer to.
Please.
You know of the staff and you know at least that it was given to Iralha by their descendants. Or ascendants?
Ancestors.
Ancestors. How much do you understand about the nature of the staff? What it does?
None at all, if there is any. I just understood it to be a mark of status.
Oh. I see.
I did not concern myself much with the clergy. Divine magic's not my taste.
So it's not as though... Are you aware of the mechanics by which your lives are extended?
Only that we made a wish, and that the wish is fading.
The wish is fading.
Look around you. The grass is hardly green. The wind whips the air. The stone practically crumbles as you walk on it. Nothing's forever.
So, what happens to you once, I mean, do things just become more and more unstable until, do you simply fall? Do you...
Some have. I will say the temple used to be about 3 times the size it is now. It's been broken apart, split into places, drifted into various individual buildings. Nothing so dramatic as to simply drop out of the sky, but become lowered over time, perhaps. Into the mists below.
Do you know
Is
what's...
anybody down there?
Oblivion, I'd assume.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, it simply is.
I have... No, I... Would you... If we could help you, would you like to have a chance to speak to Iralha again?
I think we've had plenty of time to come to terms.
I had suggested that we all share a meal together. I mean, I'll still extend the invitation, I suppose, but if you're really disinterested, then...
I imagine Eclito and I will remain here, but obviously she can make her own decisions.
Certainly.
Unlike myself, she's still spry enough to jump between the islands, as is her wont. But, no, we're under no illusions that will last forever. Nothing does. At least, not in my studies. It's the end's a long way out yet, but it's coming. And I've got a lot of barbecue to eat before then.
Is that what was the gentleman, the gentle snake that you had mentioned earlier to start with a C or a K?
Cassandra's.
Cassandra. Is that kind of the thought process they had too? Is that nothing lasts forever?
No, I imagine he was quite concerned about it. He had doing studies, trying to... I'd learned some amount of spells and magic and whatnot. He was more of a fight tooth and fang to make sure that didn't come to pass, but that's why he seems so stressed all the time.
What happens when any of you leave House Wrath?
I don't know. I don't know if anyone has. If anyone's tried, they've never returned.
I suppose that makes some sense. Sorry for all this. The endless questions.
No, I imagine you'd be very curious.
If there's anything you want to know about the outside world, we could try our best to answer, but...
Nope, can't seem to think of anything that I'd want to know.
Fair enough. Can I ask, how do you have a sense of exactly how long ago this talk of the Great Serpent started?
Well, not long after he inherited the scepter, I'd say. A couple hundred evenings, perhaps. He started rallying those. The particular disagreement he and I had was over the manipulation of the young'uns, the broodlings. They didn't know any better. They didn't know that he had inherited the staff, or that we'd been making wishes for things much longer than he'd invented this serpent. He claims to have seen some great prophecy that designated him their, whatever he is now, prophet, despot, but...
In that case, do you actually understand the true nature of how the wishing works, how these things are granted to you?
Only that we wish it, and it happens.
But you know it's not the doing of this Great Serpent.
I think the Great Serpent's a load of hogwash, and I still get fed every night.
Noted. Curious. Very, very curious.
Well, if you ever have need of a card game, I'm around. It's been quite some time. But, please, continue. Look around. Have something to eat. There's plenty around. It doesn't spoil, so... Leftovers forever. I do have a habit of pitching the bones over the side. Don't tell anyone. It's rude.
Well, I mean, where else is anything supposed to go?
Exactly! Zeron and Hassan. You are investigating a small little building on the other side of the big temple. The interior of which, you may note, is a small altar, among other things. It looks to have separated given how far it's drifted quite a while ago. What are you looking for?
Probably any ties to the mainland, if it has any bits of, like, parchment, books, anything.
Yeah, for
that
sure.
Can give us a clue. Just general information about wherever the hell we are.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? Yes. Oh, sorry. Yeah. What Caroline said.
Do you have anything to add?
No.
All right.
Actually. Well, actually, no, nothing like that. I was gonna say like murals, bits of artwork, but no, yeah, pretty much just belongings.
Yeah, absolutely. If you'd like to roll me investigation or religion, go ahead.
Would you give me
I'll give you an advantage if you want.
Well, I guess I have to do that
Which means flat.
And I need to do that flat. Yeah.
Oh.
Because they are exhausted.
Bro, I totally forgot
Everyone
about
other
that. I
than
would have
Zeron?
given
Yeah.
y'all a
Yeah,
10-minute
better.
short rest. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. Dude. We wanted to keep stuff moving. It's just kind of better to keep stuff.
That's still a 27 though.
Still a 27 flat is very good. So yeah, Zeron, you're kind of like grabbing like interesting things and handing them over to Heisan, like showing them context and stuff like that. This is a little temple on the side. It looks like a newer construction than a lot of the rest of the temple, but has broken off long before. In this investigation too, I'll give you on a 27. I'll give you that it looks like the bridge which tied this to the rest of the greater temple was not like slowly broken and drifted. It looks like it was severed and pushed, purposefully cut off from the rest of the mainland. And you find this to be a small shrine to someone called the Blackbird. There are thanks, flowers, offerings that have never spoiled. It seems in this little area here, even the lamps and candles are still lit and refuse to burn down at this altar. And there are here written litanies and poems of thanks to this. All they can refer to them as is the Blackbird who bestowed upon us our longevity. A lot of it seems to be written in kind of very shaky old hands. And also all the script is much, 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 much smaller. Very, very tiny writing, as if gripped by very small tail and hands and tooth and jaw. And yeah, baskets of grain, things very typical of offerings, and flowers that never wilt.
Hey, son. So revisionist historians, then. Can I do it? Hey, son's gonna do a detect magic.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I was saying.
The answer is kind of like yes, but I think the thing you don't you get from this in particular too is like this whole area is out of space. You kind of get here what Loka examined too, is that like by all accounts and purposes, by all observation, all the plant life in this area, or rather what Atchir pointed out, which is that by all accounts the wildlife, all the flora should be dead, and like also isn't alive. It's just refusing to diminish. The stuff in this specific temple seems to have fared much better than all the things in the area generally speaking. Like the little flowers in the cup and the candles and the grain and whatnot seem to have retained much of their like life in initial giving, but much more of the environment seems to be drying out and crumbling like old parchment.
So wait, sorry. I only got mostly half of that because my internet just did a spot.
Oh no!
Sorry. So like everything is. I got that everything is sort of.
It's not that anything specifically in this area is magical, it's that the entire space you are in here is magical. This may even be like non-space in a way, like whether or not you are still on the material plane is in question. If you're not on it, you're very, very close to it. And you have good reason to believe that you haven't left. But it's very odd.
I wonder how hard it would be. Heisan's now wondering what's. If we're at the edge of a plane, Heisan's now wondering. Wonders out loud. I wonder if I go down far enough, I'll be on another plane of existence.
I would rather you not.
I mean, but think of it though. I mean, if it's just nothing down there, if something is seeping out, maybe beneath there's a portal that They could be a... No. But just think of it, anything could be down there.
That's the thing. Anything could be down there. I respect your want to do this, to know, for knowledge's sake. I have supposedly lost someone here before. There have been potential people who have been lost here before trying to find me. I am not going to sit here and lose another. There is no guarantee if you go down there that A, you will live, B, you can come back. I'm not willing to put that to the test.
Alright. Oh, alright. I will not dive head first. I was just thinking about it anyway. I'd like to... These are very cute poems. Oh, what language is it in? I didn't
Everything
even think
you've
of it.
seen and heard here is in common.
Hmm.
In common?
Yeah.
That somehow doesn't seem possible given how long... If only we weren't on a... Well, at the very least, this place has some societal issues, although it might not even matter if the society is so little. So, Ron, would you like to... Just from a distance, what does that shrine over there look like?
Ooh. Are you asking just the character, or are you wanting me to roll for it?
Asan is just asking, is asking Zeron, yeah. I'm a little tired.
No, it's fine. Firstly, lots of wildlife from what I can see.
Oh, well, I guess I was asking for a roll. Like, does it differ?
Yeah. Then, yeah, can I roll for perception from here?
Yeah, for sure.
Not bad. 11 on the die plus, I don't know what my perception is.
5.
Plus 5, so 16?
Yeah. So it looks like there's more, this one looks like it drifted naturally, and someone has actually put some amount of effort to making, like, stepstones to it from, the mainland, somewhere they want to visit specifically. That looks much less like, an altar or temple or other such place of worship, and looks much more like a memorial.
You said you lost someone here, correct? Would you like to look at that as well? I would.
Careful not to fall into the void.
Is there any script?
Yes.
On this memorial?
Just a brief inscription here. And symbolically a pair of wings in this memorial. But just a brief inscription on this monument of, for those who lost to give us gain.
It was for those who lost to give us gain?
Yes.
What? Okay. I have one more question.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is a thing that, like, I can have answered, or I'm just too perceptive. Am I allowed to see whatever the fuck that is out in the mist? Am I allowed to perceive whatever that is in the very back?
Oh, what is that?
Like way back
What
there.
are you?
I'm like, I don't know what.
I didn't know that was here.
This was a test board. This is something else entirely.
I'm sorry.
Oh, wait,
I saw
no,
it in
what?
the back, and I'm like, what the fuck is
What is that? Jeez. Yeah, I did not know that was here. No, that's not there. Don't worry about it.
Okay, sorry. I
Neat.
thought it was like a thing like super far in the mist, and I'm like, I don't want to call attention to it if something we're gonna
That
have
was
to see later.
simply included with this board. I wish I knew that was there. Wild.
Because that's cool.
Anyway,
That's really
I'm
fucking cool.
just gonna.
However, I'm sorry to.
Just gonna. Don't worry
Call
about that.
attention to it.
Don't worry
Clouds.
about that.
Pay
For a
no
moment, I thought it
attention
was
to the
something
man behind
I
the
was
screen.
testing. That was weird.
That is so
Thank
funny.
you, Istalri, for the board. That's really cool.
I'm going to turn my map the other way. Cannot see it anymore.
I
No.
sure liked how it
Simple
just, like,
abyss
barely-
below you. But yeah, it's like just barely visible on the
That's
horizon.
why I'm like, I saw it from like the last island we were on, and I'm
I
like,
wish that
this is
was
gonna be
intentional.
something.
I'm playing with the atmosphere fog a lot in
That's
some other
super
boards,
cool.
so
You're so valid.
Well, and this
for
is
that.
using. I switched it to the underheat for this one.
yeah.
It's pretty cool. Anyway,
He's a good looking.
no, you do not perceive. It does not
Okay.
exist.
Perfect. Erase the last minute. I think they just repeat the phrase over and over. This is also going to be a dumb question. Is this a common phrase?
No,
used
it's
in
pretty
any
weird.
Religion?
Pretty weird. If you'd like to make a check, you may, but it's definitely not immediately recognizable.
I have a +2 in religion. It's going to be nothing, but I'm still going to try. I'm shocked I rolled a 19 on the die.
So up to
21 for religion.
No.
Yeah,
Like
that's fine.
hard no on like being a phrase said in other religions. The sentiment communicated here is actually very similar to what you remember in like history and religious classes. For the way people refer to surviving war generally. Stuff like wars are won by those who are willing to sacrifice everything. Like that's the kind of phrase that comes to mind with this phrasing.
It's a sort of martyrdom in a way.
The opposite. More acknowledging the fallen
I would say
in
maybe
a
not
way
dissimilar
that like
to the Fandelish way of thinking, the like how the blood watered the land so
Yeah.
that the people could sow it. Or could reap what was
like someone is acknowledging that this existence was made possible by the loss of others.
Can I get a reminder of the name of the Tedress that we are talking to right now?
Yes, I'll write it down too. At cheer.
Atch.
Where
Atch.
are
He
they?
did it.
In the center of Havsurath? Silly, no. I would like to know that as well.
If
Kashmir.
this...
Sorry, go on.
No, they're just like talking to themselves at this point, so please continue. I think they're just like trying to like voice their thoughts out loud to see if it even makes sense to them. So please.
Radioing, Pashmina Loka, Radioing, Pashmina Loka. We found evidence of poems and offerings to a creature that very obviously to a sort of, what was it, the blackbird you said it was called?
Yes.
To a blackbird, which I believe we can all surmise
Like
what
the
that.
Raven Queen.
Yes, and you?
We're talking to a very interesting fellow named Atchir who has been extremely illuminating about the situation, frankly.
Oh, Oh, is he not part of the cult?
Seems very much in distaste of it.
Oh,
Actively.
good. Oh, good.
Yeah,
So,
very good. Here,
have
you
you asked
probably
him
want to.
about?
You should come talk to this person.
I would love. I would like. Well, I mean, has he mentioned the Raven Queen at all?
No, doesn't have any. Doesn't understand the nature of their existence so much, but understands that Iralha is full of shit.
Oh, well, that's good. It'd be very nice if you will. All right then. Well, turns out. Turns to Zoran. I hate to. I appreciate. Well, I do understand the need to, the desire to respect the sanctity of a memorial and reflect, however you may be reflecting. But apparently there are the other snake on the other island is also very much not in the cult and very much is probably much more has much more to say. If you would like to, I don't know, join me in I don't know, flying to the other island. Zoran?
I think I will pass. I think I'm gonna look further into the mainland. Just for my own sake.
Pashmina, Zoran wishes to explore the mainland more, so I will have to join him. That's not,
Be safe.
It's fine. You
no,
can
no, 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 no. No. No
That's
more
right.
going alone with around the corpse.
Alright. Do you have questions you want to ask this other one? Hey son.
Not, nothing I'm sure Pashmina can't get from me. I mean, I already know what I already mostly know what I need to know. Well,
Very well.
are you gonna be okay? Are you going to be okay? No, 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 no. I am being responsible. I'm being responsible. I will ask Pashmina and I will have
You
time to
know
talk to
I
her.
can turn myself invisible if I
I
need
know
to
I
get out
can.
of a situation.
I know you can, but this is me being responsible. I'm being responsible.
You've grown so
Good
much
friend.
since we first
Good
met.
friend.
You've grown so much since we first met.
Thank you. I feel the same.
We will be on the mainland. If you need us for any reason, please do not hesitate to reach out.
Will do. We can catch up about what we've been chatting about later.
Would be much appreciated. Enjoy your time there.
I actually do have just more questions for Atchir if we.
Yeah, if you'd like.
I would like. So I'll ask you something that I asked Iralha. Maybe with some expectation of a similar answer, but who knows? Do you know anything about a conflict known as the Deafening War?
I can't say that I have. I think we had one visitor a long time ago who may have had some concerns about it, but other than that, it's fuzzy. They didn't talk about it.
Because when I mentioned it, Iralha seemed displeased. Which, I mean, it's a displeasing topic, I understand, but seemed agitated, frustrated.
Interesting. I cannot think of why that would be. At least not offhand.
I don't remember if anyone had actually mentioned anything about the conflict the Tedros had gone through. Did he say it in like a passing comment or like? I don't know what I know right now. Basically, what's been told to me or not.
What are you talking about?
Has anyone actually talked about or mentioned the conflict that the Tedros went through? Like why they were like. There was something about that they had gone through something. There was some Tepris, not Tetris.
Oh.
And now I don't know what I know.
Hassan probably would say. By the way, look, I need to stay by Zabram, but if you can ask, there's a memorial here for. It seems like something of a, not exactly a war memorial, but one regarding. One of like implying others sacrificed for. What was the word? For those who died so we could gain. Hassan would ask you to ask them about that because Hassan needs to know.
Then to add cheer on. I understand that the Tepris have suffered some kind of tragedy of their own. That lives were lost and this wish was made for such long lives and a peaceful place to be. Do you happen to know more about this?
I believe so. I mentioned the briefness of our generations.
Right.
Hardly enough time to live, and not just live, but such short generations make passing down knowledge incredibly difficult. We could progress very little, almost at all, because we barely had enough to simply survive. We choose to acknowledge those who wanted so for their next of kin that they would wish for our lives to be extended. There is, back when I used to have a couple of more philosophical companions, some debate as to whether the first generation of us chose to wish for themselves or for their children, and that there was some amount of rose-tinted conclusion that such a request would have to be selfless for it to have made such a powerful impact and resulted in such powerful magic.
So it's not as though the people needed saving from a particular incident so much as just the nature
of our lives themselves.
Understood. You said that your friend disagrees with Iralha for different reasons?
Yes, I believe they had a bit of a... She used to be, part of his, clergy, so to speak, and disagreed with his, conclusions and methods.
If it's alright, maybe I could go to them, talk to them
Please.
about their own experiences.
She's a little less of a social type than myself, but I'm sure she'd jump at the chance for a different conversational partner, if only briefly.
I guess I'll try to make the conversation not too unpleasant.
Nah, dude, you're very pleasant individuals yourselves. I think it would be quite difficult for you to have made that conversation unpleasant.
I guess I'll go searching for this Toko? So many names. So many names. We learned so many
Iklito.
names just now. Iklito. Iklito. Yeah, Peshmina follows the sound of archery noises.
Easy enough. Just up the stairs. You see?
Oh,
With
the,
a
like,
large bow taking shots at a target that has been placed on one of the floating islands a bit further off.
nice shots.
Yes. Thank you. Do you need something?
I'll introduce myself. I'm Pashmina. This is my friend Loka.
Hello.
Well met. Iklito.
Nice to meet you, Iklito. We're here on ultimately some business, but getting to know this trying to understand what's been happening in House Wrath all this time.
Well, I guess if you haven't garnered as much yet, not much. Yeah. And less.
I see. I don't mean to start a conversation with such a seemingly hot-button topic, but since it was Iralha who greeted us, we've had a chance to speak. But it seems not all agree with him.
No. He comes from the old ways, and I think he has some difficulty letting go of them.
Can I ask you what you mean by this?
We've been given a great opportunity here to grow ourselves and advance and do as we please. I joined him for a time because I believed in the charity of the Great Serpent, and in continuing the tradition that started by the Serpent of giving onto others as much as we can to help others along the way, especially the younger ones. We still had them, but Iralha seemed much more concerned with shaping others to be like himself.
I have known people like that.
Which is a shame. I don't blame him for it too much. He's a decent enough man, but he just feels like he never took advantage of the opportunity. Never grew himself. He took up the mantle his father gave him, and then chose to attempt to put that mantle onto others. Unsuccessfully.
You said something about young ones. It seems like there are none now?
Yes. Most who were born into this life either sought a way to leave or opted out, so to speak.
That sounds disheartening. I'm sorry.
It's their choice. A lot of everyone I knew lived a very full life. And then when they had felt they had finished what they had been put here to do, they left. Many out of curiosity more than anything else. I say gone, I don't necessarily mean dead. We are given eternal existence, but we know not what lies below. They could still be there. They could be on a new adventure, on new life, springing forth new intrigues and writings, and we will not know until we make the jump ourselves. Or are lowered into it, I suppose. By choice or by time.
Is that what you meant? By what you... Fuck. Is that what you meant when you said that people opted out?
Yes, largely.
So they just jumped into the Oblivion Pit?
Yeah, it's a bit of a dour way of saying it, but yeah. We used to have a ceremony about it. Being
that
its whole...
so much better.
It did for us, at
Well, I
least.
mean, I suppose, I'll say this much. I suppose getting to choose is better than having the choice taken from you.
Somewhat.
Mm.
I'm on an archery kick. I'm not very good at it. But I'm working.
Oh, I disagree.
I can
You're
hit a
doing plenty
target.
good.
I'm doing alright. Improving every day, and that's the important part.
Certainly.
And I've got a not too awful companion to keep me company.
Atchir seems fun and eccentric. And opinionated.
Indeed. He's got
Atchir
energy where it
seems-
counts.
I feel another kind of expression that's just like, nope, neutral face, game face. Atchir doesn't seem to think that there's any stock at all in this great serpent stuff, but you seem to be more inclined to agree, or
Only
more on the
insofar as I
fence.
don't have a good alternative explanation.
Mm,
If not the Great Serpent, some matter of the divine.
mm.
But it's the personification I grew up with, so it's the personification I will follow.
I see. And did you find that being of the clergy brought you any insight to things like... Atchir explained that the staff Iraha carries was handed down. Do you know
Yes. I'm aware that it's some artifact, a mark of station of some sort for the High Priest of the Great Serpent. Bestowed upon to him, I think it carries some amount of power, but I know not what. It used to carry an orb in the grip of its
Right.
claws, but that seems to have gone away some time ago. Broken, perhaps.
Curious.
It's hard to repair glass, and even with a grip like that, I'm not sure you'd get another one into it. It's kind of a unique shape.
Have you ever heard of the Raven Queen? Or
Not by that name, but I remember musings of a blackbird.
Close enough.
Whispers, I think an alternative to the Great Serpent. Sent Arala into a fit of rage at some point. Upon mentioning. Seems to have some kind of, some baggage therein.
I see.
I didn't pry.
Oh, I remembered. I meant to ask this to Atchir too, but I'll ask it too.
What? What is it? I heard my name!
Because I forgot, because I also meant to ask, what was the name of the great-great-great-grandmother again? Because, God, there's so many names going around.
Kadira.
Kadira.
I'll put it down and I got you.
This is the ADHD nightmare when it comes to names, proper nouns. Oh god. Ah. Glad you're listening in. Are either of you familiar with the name Kadira?
Can't say that I am. Nor likewise.
Oh, okay.
Alright, back to my hole.
Okay. Do you have... You say it used to have an orb. Do you have a time frame in mind of when that orb disappeared, or an inkling of...
Shortly before the island split, I think.
Before the islands? Okay.
It was, a long time ago. Back when there were still 40 of us, I think?
Could you put that... If you have an idea, a number of days since such a thing happened?
I've stopped counting them. I'm sorry.
No, I understand. It's... There were all said there were millions, and that was a lot to chew on.
That sounds accurate. I think that was one of the benchmarks by which we stopped counting.
Yeah, I could see it being troublesome at that point. Thank you so much for
Just have a
humoring us.
big, bit of a rack with beads on it. We used to count things. It's been a while. You're welcome. I hope your stay here is pleasant.
It's been interesting so far, I'll say.
Yeah. It looks like now, too, as you've spent a good chunk of time here, it's starting to get darker somewhat. And it seems like it's starting to get dark alarmingly quickly, given that the sun is actually passing over the opening at the top of this great cavernous hole in the fascia. Seems that days might actually be quite short down here, all things
I was gonna
considered.
say, because they would get a very limited amount of sun considering
Yes.
how high the cavern walls would
And
be.
long
Like,
nights.
Jesus. Oh. Oh no. Then oversending stones to Zeron and Hasan is just like, I think we've chit-chatted long enough. Care to regroup, or are you in the middle of something?
What have we been doing, Zeron, while they're doing that?
I am basically going, not like covert ops, I want to just get as much information out of this place as I possibly can without the two being around.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, because I know they're probably in a different part now if they were doing the whole thing, haha, in like the crypt or whatever, which means, okay,
It looks
other
like they haven't
places
yet.
are not... What?
They seem to still be around in the overworld temple. They don't appear to have gone to wherever the crypt is yet.
So I think wherever they are, they want to be at a different part.
Okay.
They just want to get any new information what they can from this area without prying eyes.
Gotcha.
Basically what I'm going for.
Go ahead and give me stealth and perception.
Okay.
Oh, Hasan's not going to be of any help to this then. He will just give you bardic inspiration and let you do you.
Oh, am I on my own here?
Hasan is not going to be able to let you gonna help you sneak. Because Hasan would also have to do this, correct?
Yeah. You can have bardic on both of those then, if you want.
Bardic on both?
As long
Sure.
as Hasan, as long as you're willing to provide it.
Yeah, sure.
All right. First is going to be stealth.
Yep.
Then. That is a 16 on the die plus 3, so 19.
And then if you'd like to use Bardic, that's plus a D10.
Plus a D10.
12th level Bard.
Rerollable.
Damn. Honestly, a 6 on the die ain't bad. So what it was 16 plus 3, 19, 25.
So 25. Yeah, silent. Foxy paws coming in handy here.
Yeah. And then for perception or investigation?
Perception.
Perception. Okay. 13 on the die, plus 5, plus Bardic. You said it was re-rollable?
Yes.
Perfect. 10 on the die, so, okay. 13, so 28.
28. Both stellar. Yeah, you sneak around without much care. The perception gives you a lot here, both in perception of Iralha and Jayasa, but also of the layout of this place in general. From your kind of like observation herein, you can tell pretty quickly, like, yeah, this is clearly just a small portion of a much greater compound previously. Like, yeah, there are 2 pretty significant islands currently. There were probably 5 more when it comes to, like, full area of this place. Yeah, everything else being branching from there. You get very subtly managing to stay out of lines of sight wherever the 2 others are walking around. But you get, every once in a while, both of them glance at a particular spot of floor near that big, long room with the throne that you were previously in. And you take a moment after both of them have left, both of them kind of glancing nervously at it, you notice. You spot that there is a pretty wide portion of floor that's clearly hewn from newer stone than the rest of it. And that there appears to be some kind of lever in the nearby area that looks to be associated with that. And given that perception, I think it'd be very reasonable to assume that is the entrance to the crypt, given that there's no other thing that could possibly be that. There's no trapdoors, there's no stairwells, there's no directions, like, there's no other thing here that goes down. And unless the crypt is simply in, like, another paradimensional location, by process of elimination, this is it. You know where it is, and you know how to get into it.
Okay. I think that's all they want to do for right now, just because I don't think they're dumb enough to go down there yet. At least on their own. So, mental note where everything is, because it's also like, the lever's probably going to make noise, and that'll immediately attract attention.
It's a safe assumption.
So, they are going to then dip back out, because I think that's pretty much exactly what they wanted to find.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to dip out and re-find Heisan.
For anything fruitful?
I believe I found the crypt, and I believe I found out how to get in the crypt.
Well, let's maybe wait until after dinner before we go ahead and take that. Do that.
Oh, I fully agree.
And I'm guessing that's when Pashmina's thing
Yeah, she was saying whether or not everyone would like to reconvene.
Oh, that's her. Yeah, we can reconvene.
For sure.
All right. Politely asked Zerga to give them a little hop back
of course.
Sorry,
The Zerga trolley.
Freezer rides.
How is she looking?
Good. A little tired, but like
Hmm.
totally fine for the time being. Glad to like have long rests between these flights, and has taken like I think between all the investigating y'all have done has had like a thorough nap.
Gotcha. Good. Is it more comfortable for you to stay this way, or?
Very much so.
Mm.
I want to conserve as much of my energy as I can for the flight back.
Gotcha. Okay. Hopefully it's not too uncomfortable out
No.
here or anything. It's
Mine wings have not felt better in a long time. It feels good to get them all stretched out.
good to hear. Then starts looking around for Zoran and Hasan.
Are they still... They're up here. Grab.
There's one, and there's two.
Where's the load?
Yep.
There's the load. So, sorry, screen shake. So-
Is Jayasa in earshot?
Hard to say. They're watching from the doorway.
Then I think Pashmina over Sending Stone says, maybe we only talk over Sending Stone while out and about.
Sounds fine. The snakes over there aren't going to be joining us for dinner, will they?
No, I did invite them, but they seem very reluctant. No, not interested.
At dinner, I think. I think we need to take a Loka approach. I think we need to stop pussyfooting around and just lay everything on the table.
That I had also intended to do, so I think I agree. I think before I don't necessarily want to. My thinking is this: I need them to know exactly what I'm here for, right? What my request is. After that, if there's pushback, then it needs to be made clear that we know more than they think we know.
Wait, I'm not quite sure what you mean. You want to be furtive about our purposes, and then if there's pushback...
No, I'm saying... Okay. I'm here for the staff. Frankly. I'm going to make my case to them. So, in that regard, I'm going to be very clear about my intentions here. Should they push back or treat us like we don't understand, that's when I think gloves off, all cards on the table. Like, we're smarter than they know.
Yes, what do you mean by that? What else is it?
Oh, Iroha is just lying. We kind of knew that already, but they're just lying about the Great Serpent. That's something Iroha made up in the last...
No,
I don't know how long, but recent. Recent to them.
No, I think we just simply state that outright. There are only, from what we know, there are only 4 of them here left.
Well,
Maybe
so
5.
maybe 5.
4, maybe 5. And 2 of them are already aware of the lie. And that 3 if you include Raha himself. I don't think we need to carefully foot around this. I think we just need to be honest with them and talk to them about the lie. Tell them who we are, who sent us.
Well,
and
that's what I'm
we are
saying. I just... yes.
He,
We're saying the same thing in different ways.
yeah,
Can I
but
say
we don't put.
something?
But let's not pussyfoot around the fact that we know that they're lying. Let's just say we know that they're lying. Say that the Blackbird sent us. Let's not use
Well,
their
but-
terms. We know it's a lie. There's no
Yes,
need to
but
use the
you have
terms
to
of
understand that there's... I want something from them, Hasan. If we're too aggressive, then they'll just shut us out completely. I have to try as if... I don't know.
Well,
Maybe they'll understand.
Can I say something?
Of course.
So, the longer that we give them, the more probability that their violent response is worse goes up. And it gets worse for us if that's the case. You know what I mean? It's like if you're gonna go and...
Oh, excuse me. Ugh. Sorry.
It's like if you're gonna go and hit like a big merchant liner and they can see you on the distance, they can see they think that your colors are probably not colors and that you're actually pirates. But the longer you give them to get ready, the more likely that they're gonna have their cannons stationed and facing towards you. You know what I mean? So we can't. I know that we're all saying the same thing, but like, that's just my 2 cents. I think we need to.
She like had turned around from the both of you for a second and like turns back around.
I agree. I implore you. Give me a chance to say my piece.
If you honestly think it's gonna work, then okay.
I don't know if it's going to work. But if I don't do it this way, then... I need to at least try it this way first.
Okay. I will leave it to you then. But as for the 2 that won't be joining us, we have to do, well... No, I'll just leave it to you then, over Joe.
Once I've done all I can, then I will gladly... Whatever direction you want to take this is fine. There's a lot riding on this.
I'll say also, the 4 of you sans Zeron are still quite tired from the journey.
Yeah. I feel like Peshmina's gotten a little bit more like a mix of she's tired and at this point in the day anxious, has been lied to a bunch, and is just overall like probably just kind of hangry. Like, starting to get really over this. Touchy.
Lantern, anyone?
Yeah,
Is Saran
Lantern.
offering?
Lantern.
Lantern catnap anyone?
Zoop, 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 zoop into
Okay.
the lantern.
I think
we go.
Zerga's
Does
like,
Zerga want in?
Sure, if it works.
I don't know.
I think Zeron just like stops for a second and is just trying to think, can Zerga fit in as she is now?
Here, I'll just switch. It's fine. Actually, you know what? I should have done this a long time ago.
Morph.
Yeah.
Morphs are good. We need to use the morphs more.
More.
It's too bad that there's not a blue dragon. There might be one in the like.
No, I
Alright,
wish you could
guys.
just recolor them. But
Let's go.
Zerga walks over and just does a little weep.
Lantern time, baby.
Is anybody going to be watching the lantern?
It,
You can see out of it.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
True. You could like
Thrawn
take it
does
away.
not need
we
to
we
rest.
technically we have quarters. Like we could go up to the quarters and then do lantern time. But like,
Either or. Unless you want to
I
make
mean-
a scene out of it. Totally fine with just everyone going, you have a short rest.
Yeah.
hooray!
Not particularly wanting to make a scene, but everyone needs a short rest,
Yeah.
and it only takes 10 minutes. So,
Sounds good.
Yes.
Then ahead of dinner, can we take another quick 5?
sure.
We're doing many small breaks instead of one big break this time. Alright, pausing. Here, I'll unpause then. Alright, so we are going to wrap up. Thank you all for playing tonight. This is a very interesting session. I hope you all had fun and are looking forward to whatever this is going to be next time. So, let's get into stars and wishes. We did funky order last time, so we're going to do reverse funky order this time. So Eli, you are first with stars and wishes.
1 second, let me swallow my food.
Yep.
Stars. Good nap. Again.
Thank you, Astalri.
I am again interested by these. I'm interested by these people who lived incredibly long. I had fun I did have fun exploring the map, although it did take me a little while to actually figure out what I needed to do. Yeah. What the? Sneeple. I like Sneeple. What am I? I'm just very happy to be in the center of Oxeroth and I'm ready to see where this goes, because it feels like we just kind of scratched this in today's session. I am wishes. I don't really know what to wish for right now. I'm excited to see how dinner goes. Although I'm interested to see I don't really know. I'm just interested to see how it goes. I don't have much to contribute to that right now. I'm
It's
sorry,
okay.
I don't have a lot to say.
No, it's alright. It is late. Sounds great. Caroline, stars and wishes.
Sorry, I had also just taken a bite. Oh,
I've got a gift.
I'm imagining a hamburger. I'm rotating a hamburger in my mind right now. I'm
You're so real for that.
Second dinner.
Stars. We have been wanting to go here since like session fucking 3 or 4. Like it's been it's been so long since we first like really discovered this place or like knew about it, and it's like it feels surreal that we're finally here.
We're in the hole.
Which is the best way I could pretty much phrase that is we've made it. After all this time. And we're so much stronger than when we did pass over it the first time. And I absolutely love that. I love being here. I love the map. I love the floating islands. I love like the differences of just like facts that are being thrown around between like these just two settlements basically. I love what's going on. And that's gonna get into wishes, so stop, Caroline. Stars. I really like the little Pashmina changes. I'm glad that there's a little bit happening here, and honestly, good for her. Good for her.
Thank you.
Yeah. Wishes. I cannot fucking wait to see where this goes. I cannot wait for like this. Just like, all right, cut the bullshit. Let's like face the facts. I cannot wait for that to happen. I'm interested to see how it is going to go, because it could go one of many different ways, and I'm not sure which one is going to be the one that we get. And I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see that we also have the 2 melees versus the 2 ranged, how we are just sat currently. Very fun, very exciting.
Saron's so far away from me.
So far. I'm so sorry, baby girl. It's just how it is. Wishes. I kinda hope I find something for the lost family member. I'm also not expecting anything from the lost family member. Full disclosure, I'm not expecting shit from it.
But it makes sense that Zoran would be concerned about it, regardless. It's just like, hey, this is the place. This is where she's supposed to be. It kind of
literal rule that they broke.
Yeah.
Because of this family member going missing. It's literally the only reason it was in place that they had to do what they did is because of this family member.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking huge. So I can't wait. Also, and this isn't for next session, it's probably like 2 sessions away. I cannot wait to see Dad again. I'm so nervous, but I cannot wait. Oh. And that's me.
Papa Samarabi.
Papa Robbie and Mama Robbie. Alright, me. Stores and Warshes. I also love this map. I've said it a few times already, I'll say it again. Istari is, like, probably the best at... The best builder. Like, in the greater Tailspire community, and every once in a while just drops bangers of boards. My process in, like, GMing, when it comes to tables at this point, like, boards in general, is a lot of, like, I have a very specific idea that I'm going to try and find something that's fairly close to, and then adapt in both directions, where I'm going to adapt the board to do more of what I want it to do, and I'm going to adapt what I wanted to do to work better with the board.
Blending.
And that, like, has made a very fun, cohesive whole in general. I like that this place, that the center of Havsroth, that the Tepris are, like, very weird and magical, and, like, the whole environment is, like, purposefully ethereal and weird. Because I think that is fun and neat. And maybe a little more interesting than just, like, a big hole,
Wait.
you know? What?
I just realized that Tepris is serpent.
Did you put that one together?
Without the end.
Don't worry about it.
Sorry. I was looking at it.
You said it was a lot stupider. I'm glad we got that.
Yep, you got there. It also, but it's got good mouthfeel. You know?
But yeah, you did.
It's got good mouthfeel.
That's exactly what naming. Yeah, naming is like that. Naming things is like that. Absolutely.
Sorry, did you have more wishes, Cole?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm looking forward to next session. I've got some capital P plans that I'm looking forward to. Yeah, I have had fun putting all the bowling pins at the end of the line, and I'm interested in seeing what y'all do with it.
Oh. So I figured out my wishes.
Yeah, go for it.
Hasan wants to know what's in the abyss. Hassan wants to stare into the abyss and stick his head into the abyss. Of course, that might not happen, but whatever. Second, Hassan feels like Hassan wants to fight. What's their name? Wants to fight Irala.
Aralha.
Iralha. Wants to fight Iralha, and wants to actually do negotiating with Tepris and Eclito. Because he feels like there's the people he needs to ask. Like, hey, are you okay ending your life now? I don't want to do this without your permission. But yeah, Hassan's like, Hassan is like, okay, revisionist historian, let's go ahead and murder them. Let's murder
They crossed the line.
Yeah.
Amazing.
But no, yeah. I am looking forward to that, and I am hoping open conflict breaks out.
All right. Matt, stars and wishes.
Stars. I'm really glad we were able to play today after the rocky start.
Likewise.
The board is cool. This area is not what I expected, which is very fun. I wish I remembered anything that happened today, but I'm literally about to fall asleep. So
I'll get it uploaded tonight.
Sick. Wishes. I feel like I have a lot of wishes, and then I'm not going to be able to remember any. I also wish for Eli to stare into the abyss and suddenly have his character switch all the way to Warlock, Great Old One.
Oh god.
Because that's how that happens. I have been wanting to just charge into this place ever since we started talking. So I'm excited for when Pashmina does that, and we can just be like, okay, who's the dragon? Which one of it is you? I'm just like, I'm interested to see like how these people function, or not function, but I'm interested to see like how the end of this will turn out. You know what I mean? Because it's gonna go bad for them regardless, but is it gonna go bad, or is it gonna be like resignation? You know, like that's kind of the question that I think we have to answer. So I'm interested to see that, and I won't be at work this week, so if any other day of the week works.
I'm going to
I would say
Adepticon
you're-
next weekend, but that's Friday,
Yeah.
Saturday. If we are free before then, I would not mind playing again, because my prep is done. We're in play mode at this point, baby. Not for like the whole campaign, but for this.
But yeah, those
So
are my
I'll throw up one is good.
those are my stars and those are my wishes. And I had a lot of fun.
Hell yeah. Last but not least, Hannah.
Stars. Glad I got to do that little change. It had been something I had been kind of toying with for a while, and I know I sent the other like kind of AU ass Peshminas that have been rotting in my folders for fucking months as contingencies. I think I kind of appreciate now that her change got to be less extreme than any of those, and on her terms. And whether she fully understands like why, like I think she's kind of rationalizing things as like, oh, I'm just trying to be, you know, practical about it. But there's like stuff going on. She has thoughts. She has interiority. But I'm glad that it didn't feel like it was out of place enough for people to raise eyebrows, but ultimately just like, you know what? People grow and change, whatever. And I like seeing everyone grow and change. It's cool. It's good.
I like that everyone's minis has at least changed a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's really fun. Like, the character change also being, like, softly representative of their, like, literal mini differences, which is cool.
Mm. Stars. Ah, man, so cool to be here. Somehow, I feel like I'm always, like, mentally prepared for what we're about to encounter, and then we get there, and it's like, no, I'm not. No, this was not at all what I expected. I'm always surprised, and that's always fun.
Do you mind if I interrupt you for a moment?
Go.
I have one last wish, which is at some point I'd love to have like a behind the screen on Hav's Wrath, because I have I'm so curious as to whether this was the original plan here or not.
Who knows?
But that doesn't.
But yeah, absolutely. I'm down. Like, I think we had something kind of like that for Kylo, where I just had a like, hey, AMA, like when it comes to like this campaign as a whole, like when stuff happened, how it developed, etc. I'm super down.
I would love that.
Also interesting.
You should bring Sal in for that too.
Absolutely, I will.
Oh,
that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just like anyone who's been listening.
All of our online listeners, you're invited.
Comrade Moist. We're gonna get Comrade Moist in the Discord.
Comrade Moist on air. Oh god.
Please.
Hey, are you truly as moist as they say you are?
Only one way to.
It just turns into us asking them questions.
God.
But I'm always so surprised. I'm always surprised. And that makes it fun to explore. Oh, the one thing I wanted to say about her design. I hope it comes across the idea that, like, I don't want to say fun times over. That makes it sound so bad. She's just taking things more seriously. This is very serious to her. I guess my wish is that I hope it is clear just how important this is to her.
It's kind of like her putting on her war paint, essentially.
Yeah, like she's never had anything like she used to be forced to fight. She did not like that. She resisted it every step of the way. And now she has these skills that she didn't really ask for. Now there's something worth fighting for, and she has to kind of go, fuck, all right. I will now. I just will.
Sorry, are you talking about her outfit?
About her as a character.
Yeah.
The changes going on.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
And yeah, the outfit is kind of meant to like reflect this internal change of like I'm not just some roving dancer anymore. I am now coming. I'm here to fucking defend the shit out of Matla, and anyone who gets in my way, well, we're gonna have problems. But of course, she is always is gonna try to. She's gonna try the nice way first, and if that doesn't work, then you got problems. Less of a wish and more. I'm so excited to talk to. I stumble over it every
Iralha.
I'd stumble over it every time. Iralha. Because boy, is that going to be an intense conversation. Wishes. I wish our internet would fucking cooperate.
Yeah. There were many forces that tried to get us not to play D&D today.
I wish I would stop getting fucking headaches before. But that's not something I can really help. I can try. Yeah. Wishes. I guess I do hope that even if full conflict kind of breaks out, that we'll still have chances to learn and especially talk to people like at Cheer and god damn
The
it.
other one. Iclito.
Iclito.
Bowman and fornication.
Yeah. Because they deserve. Man, I guess I respect them not wanting to come over here because fuck that shit. But also, God, they kind of really deserve to know what the fuck is going on. So I'm hoping it's like I hope shit like gets fucking messy. I hope that it doesn't turn to shit so fast that we just have to leave and just like fuck off. I kind of hope for like some kind of interesting resolution there.
Yeah.
However that may look. Like I'm scared we're just gonna get the staff and shit just like literally crumbles under like
immediately.
Yeah.
I
don't think that's.
I'll wage a mild spoiler that will not happen.
Okay. I figured. I hoped.
Immediately.
Good to know. Immediately.
No promises otherwise. You got 5 minutes. No, we'll see.
Yeah,
I
the
also
funny
hope that-
thing is that I already messaged Cole saying that Loka asked Lorp to drop a giant bomb.
Yeah, it's been going. Lorp rolled real well. That's been going on in the background for like this entire session. It's crazy.
Oh.
Lorp invented the ICBM.
Perfect.
500 kilogram.
Listen, 5 minutes, that's 50 rounds.
My honest reaction.
I trust those odds.
My honest reaction. Left, up, down, down, down.
Yeah, I was to say.
Oh god, no. Did you just make a hell die?
Yeah.
Why?
500 kilograms.
500 kilograms of pure democracy. Anyway. Helldivers 2 is a good video game.
It's so fucking good.
Anyway.
It's ridiculous.
Any more wishes?
I feel like that's it.
Solid. All right. Now let's get out of here and let Matt sleep.
Yep.
And I'm looking
Good night,
forward
Matt.
to. I'm gonna put a new When Is Good up immediately, as well as uploading the session immediately. So, see y'all hopefully soon, and if not, sooner than later.
Deal?
See you.
Good night, everybody.